Hello, everybody. So, at the time of this recording, the Snyder Cut is already out. But we're not going to do that today. Because
We still have stuff to get through.
Exactly. We still haven't probably finished our Zack Snyder commentary retrospective thingy. So, let's go back all the way to 2009 because Teo has another movie of this for us. And this is also based on a DC property, Teo.
Yeah, we're doing Watchmen, specifically one of the more acclaimed Alan Moore comics, and mostly regarded, in fact, as the Citizen Kane of comics.
What does
I
that
do.
mean?
Okay, mostly because it's like a cornerstone of the media that it's part of, And I will say that it has a bit of similarities with Citizen Kane, how it's structured, as in
Yeah.
a character dies at the beginning, and most of the product is to trace back what his life was and piecing back the mystery about his death.
In
But
case
this
you're
is
wondering,
in the
Deds, saying something is the Citizen Kane of comics essentially means groundbreaking, thought-provoking, and holy heck, a lot of people really wanted to follow in that comics' footsteps after
It's
that
a
thing was
story.
released.
It's a story about the deconstruction of superheroes as what they are. The figures that they
So
are,
this
the
is the
impact,
one that started the trend.
the impact on the population, and everything. But here's the kicker. Before we start talking about slightly as the comic, Alan Moore did this for DC. Did this work for DC, and he established a clear contract. DC will hold the rights to the property, still crediting Alan Moore, of course, until the book goes out of print. After that, all the rights will revert back to Alan Moore in their entirety, and DC will have nothing more to do. Subsequently, DC did all they could, and we're still doing to this day, to make sure the book never goes out of print. And this is one occasion. Enter again Zack Snyder with his adaptation from 2009, with a budget of 138 million, although it grossed only 185.3 million.
Now I know what
And,
you...
and hey, the interesting thing is, this film took two major movie studios to make. Warner Brothers, which goes without saying, and oddly enough, Paramount.
Now I know what
Yeah.
you guys are probably thinking. Squirm, it sounds like this movie was a box office bomb. Well, folks, this movie turned out to be one of those evergreen kind of hits. The hits that, while it definitely did not initially show in the theatrical box office sales, eventually became a slow burn that grew and grew and grew into the giant flame that is the Watchmen fanbase community based off of the movie. Because holy cow, this is a contender for
Yeah.
Zack Snyder's most loved movie.
Okay, this
There's
is.
As
This
you
is-
know, Zack Snyder loves to deconstruct characters. However, considering Watchmen's entire purpose was to deconstruct the comic book genre,
And mind you, this is actually one of the better adaptations from one of his work compared to stuff like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah,
And-
in fact, that's the reason Alan Moore's name doesn't appear on the credits.
Okay, let's address that. Alan Moore hated this. Okay, I'll say this. As a child, I used to be freaking frightened by Alan Moore. Guy looked like an undead Rasputin.
It
to me.
literally looks like Rasputin, so why not?
Seriously. Nowadays, though, I see him for what he is, an old British grump. Like, look, I'm not gonna act like he hasn't written some remarkable stuff or that he hasn't occasionally gotten screwed over by the comic
The
industry.
dude just has a bad attitude. That
Yeah,
pure
like,
simple.
and let's not act like he hasn't gotten himself into a lot of these pickles too here and there. Like, if everything went the way he went, so let's just say a lot of things probably wouldn't have been as successful as they were. Like, okay, he's not on Mark Millar levels of occasional asshole, but the guy can be a dick who sometimes misses the forest for the trees or
But,
just is blinded by his own ego. But we're not here to
let's
talk
get,
about him
let's
too
get to the
much.
movie. For reference audience, we're doing, as the title of the video says, the ultimate cut. What's the difference? It is technically the director's cut, so it contains the scene ended, but also includes the animated segment of the Tales of a Black Writer, which in the story is an in-universe comic that a character is reading. But this ultimate cut intersperses pieces of the short in it, just like the source material did for it. While in the director's cut, the Tales of a Black Writer was a standalone short, releasing its entirety along with the DVD and Blu-ray, I think. So instead, we're doing this, but combines it and kind of leaves like the definitive adaptation of the work. We can discuss all the other details while we start, especially because, as you can see also from the length, this is a very long product. So start on the black screen right before everything turns into mustard before the Warner Bros. Logo. In 3, 2, 1. Click.
Interesting thing, Tio. On my version, it flipped the logos around, so it's Paramount that starts first on my end, and then Warner.
I'm sorry, I think I already asked this, but I saw this in theaters. Who did actually? So among you,
I didn't get to. I was too young at the time.
Okay, who's brewing the tea?
Not me.
I saw it, but only on home video.
This is my first time watching.
And well, it also helps that unlike something like the new Star Wars trilogy, which is deconstructing characters that don't need to be deconstructed, this entire thing was entirely made from the ground up, specifically for the purpose of deconstructing tropes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Originally,
even though the original concept was supposed to use already established DC.
Yeah, that's a good segue, Dej. Originally, this was supposed to be a sort of family reunion of the characters from Charlton Comics, which were purchased by DC around the 80s. Specifically, people like the Blue Beetle, Captain Atom, and the Question. So instead, Alan Moore used royalty-free copy characters for original story.
Also, another.
Also,
another
Dead knows.
Yeah, that's
another
Nixon for
thing about
you.
this movie.
Yes.
Another interesting thing about this movie. This movie was co-written by David Hayter.
Huh.
So anyway, this
He did help write the first X-Men.
There we go. This is an alternate reality. This is an alternate reality where, due to different events, Nixon has been elected 3 times. Because and now the tension with the Soviets are like super thick.
Wait, 3 times?
Yes, it's third mandate supposedly. And now the Doomsday Clock is reaching its apex, which will mean total destruction of humanity. And this is something that Zack Snyder loves to do also, these kind of talk show, which, to be fair, these people...
Frank Miller style of commentary.
Yeah, which, to be fair, this was also in the comics, so it's more of an unfortunate coincidence.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember, too. Frank Miller was a very influential writer, so of course...
Okay. One thing we have to remember is, who knows how he is nowadays, but there was definitely a long year where Frank Miller was regarded as a good writer. And I would still say that his good stuff still does hold up. So I would say this, just because something happens to have a Frank Millerism doesn't mean it's automatically a bad
thing. And now in true Zack Snyder tradition, we have licensed songs to accompany the moment. In this case, Unforgettable.
Yes. The what is now the iconic Zack Snyder style pretty much started here.
Cheeky Easter egg, the room in which our character, the comedian, is in, it's labeled 300, which is also an Easter egg to Zack Snyder, because in the original comic, he did not have a label, if I recall correctly. Oof.
Oh.
Yep, and we even have a slow-mo.
Let me see who actually plays the comedian. Jeffrey D. Morgan. There you go.
He also plays Batman's parents in Dawn of Justice. Tom's right.
Irony.
He also dies in the beginning there too.
Mm-hmm. I guess this guy is kind of a discount Sean Bean.
He looks like Negan from Walking Dead.
A bit, yeah.
I love these kinds of action scenes, the ones that have
light music in the background.
Deliberate dissonance in music.
Yeah, when they're done well, I really do like scenes like these.
So yeah, much like we mentioned, this is whole thing is about kind of like Citizen Kane. It's about understanding who the comedian was, because he's about to die, and what were his actions in life, and what does this mean.
So what you're saying is all of Watchmen's a prequel?
No.
This is very ironic, Dej. I would like to mention it at the very end.
One question I want to get out of the way right now. Have you guys seen the HBO show?
Not yet.
No.
But from what I've heard, it's crap.
From what I heard,
I
it's
hear
supposed
mixed
to be a
things.
sequel to the events of the comic and the movie.
It's very mixed. Like, I've heard people saying that it does the comics disservice, people that says that it does the movie disservice, people that say that it's supposedly the best representation of the franchise we've gotten, other people saying that it dwarfs it. Like, it is definitely one of the most mixed bouts of reception I've ever heard.
There you go. The very iconic symbol of the entire comic, the comedian's badge, which is a smiley, tainted by blood, which is supposed to indicate almost like a tear.
Yep, this is what Zack Snyder loves to do. He loves to take iconic comic book imagery and just putting on the movie. There you go.
This is definitely a movie that I would say works with his style in that regard.
No, this is definitely the movie. This the thing of all the superhero comics. This is the only one that is outright for his style, and the only one really. Like we've mentioned in our BVS commentary, he seems to only really like superheroes when they're being deconstructed.
So I need to know: is the comedian supposed to be like the Joker?
No. This comedian is supposed to be a good guy,
what he was
technically.
supposed to be, Tej, this summer in the Suicide Squad, because the original character was supposed to be the Peacemaker, the one that John Cena is playing.
Yeah, and I know that Alan Moore hated Peacemaker.
And now a montage from the Minutemen, aka Golden Age style superheroes with fought during the wartime.
Hey, Phantom Lady.
With times are changing in the background.
Again, Zack Snyder's choices of songs is always so on the nose.
And yes, all of these scenes are again straight lifted from actual panel from the book, the comic book.
Mm-hmm.
What a
I thought this was called Watchmen, not Minutemen.
This is the old generation.
It makes sense in context. I also do like the imagery
This is
here.
how we shaped. For example,
And
Gerard Butler?
Yes,
Yep.
that's the Gerard Butler plane.
No, we'll see what Gerard Butler has to do in this movie. But yes, this
Japan surrenders! Yay!
showcase on how these superheroes reshaped reality as we knew it.
Matthew Good.
In this case, for example, the iconic shot of the kiss. But as the years went on,
Guys, they killed Captain America.
yeah, as the years went on, the Minutemen started dying in terrible accidents or one reason or another. Also, symbolism.
Pedro. Pedro, I think I got it.
On this. Yeah, this is another Zack Snyder trademark. Religious symbolism. Yes, Bibbs?
That Captain America who died, he's the 1991. He tried to run away from something again, and look what that got him.
Yeah, basically, everybody, I recently showed Bibbs that movie, and he didn't like it either. Anyway.
And yeah, that's sadly one of the Minutemen, being a lesbian, actually was found and killed among their lover by an extremist.
It was to be a deconstruction on how times where they were a changing.
Yeah, as the
way.
song suggests.
Rusev A-bomb.
Mm-hmm. And this particular bit is to catch to the origin to another one of our main characters, but more on him later.
And of course, the visual style.
Hey, Dr. Manhattan.
It's a real shame that Steve Jobs died of leukemia.
Who the heck is Steve Jobs?
Well, I should have saved him in an actual scene, crap.
Wonder if that's how the casting process went.
And also, yes, apparently in this particular reality, the assassination from JFK was done in a second. Forgot it really took a bit by the comedian. That's nice. Which in this, okay, it's more of ironic than anything. But as I thought, I swear the young version of the comedian looked a lot like Nicolas Cage, as you will see later. And yes, also another sneak peek of our origins of our character, Silo Spectre II.
Toasty.
Would you say, would you say that this particular movie probably takes place in the Snyderverse? In the
okay, again, Pedro,
Robin takes place in the Dark Knight Returns.
It's more unintentional, Pedro, but there's a bit of potential truth in what you said. Again, I'll reserve it for the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said,
No, don't worry, I'll say it.
In regards to the comics, though, well, funnily enough, the Watchmen are now
Again,
canon to the DC universe.
Pretty much, again, more on it
I
later.
understand that, Joe, but remember, if Frank Miller can try and convince us that Asbar takes place in the same universe as Dark Knight Returns, what's stopping Zack Snyder from doing something similar?
And in this particular showcase, the military actually shot the protesters of the peace movements. Also, Andy Warhol decided to paint Night Owl. Okay.
Behold, Webs, the death of the superhero.
And in this case, Dr. Manhattan helped the moon landing. At least it's not fake.
That's what I thought they were gonna do. Have the whole be faked.
To be fair, now we have, and here's another new play out here in town, Ozymandias with the village people in the background.
Again,
yes. Watchmen by Dave Gibbons and no one else.
Absolutely.
That's the thing with Zack Snyder. His song choices are either of two things. One, they're completely on the nose, or two, they're completely confusing.
So here's the new lineup, Bepping of the Watchmen.
The actual Watchmen.
Yep.
And there you go, Pedro. Nixon elected for... Okay, why?
Well,
I don't understand.
And how? I thought it was only allowed twice.
Well, if you may have noticed on another television, it mentions that in this universe, term limits were repealed because this is a case where the Cold War apparently went on long enough for them to declare that...
no, the movie did not like Zack Snyder and blew his title up.
Although I gotta say, those are the stupidest protesters ever. They killed themselves.
Okay, if I recall correctly, because it's been a while since I saw the director's cut, this initial scene was extended a bit to showcase a bit more blood.
Again, Zack Snyder loves to make his movies long, which is why he always has to have these ultimate editions /cuts whatever.
Okay, to give Snyder credit, I don't think he just likes making them long for the sake of long. He does seem like a guy who does want to try and give the details here. Doesn't always.
I understand that. Jova. It just depends on the movie, though. Like for me, I'm still of the opinion that the Snyder cut could have easily been 3 hours.
Or less.
But there you go. One thing that the comic book does at the beginning is to trick you into thinking that the story is all about these two detectives, but kind of immediately has the narrator correctly telling, no, it's not like this, not like that.
Yeah. I mean, look at BVS. Do we really need the subplot of Lois Lane trying to prove that Lex Luthor is the bad guy?
They needed Amy Adams
there you go.
to do something.
Yeah, basically.
Here we have what's considered the assembled dark horse for all the people. Jackie Earle Haley playing Rorschach. A character, done so because the particular clothing that he has for a mask changes shape depending on the mood of the face, which reflects the color. The heat. Depending on the expression that you have, the heat of your face, will be in different positions, and as such, the tissue changes the position of the spots, reflecting an actual Rorschach painting. The thing is that Rorschach is a bit ruthless. He's supposed to be a take on the Question, the character of the Question, and it has the clear detective noir kind of vibe, but again, the guy is just ruthless. He will punch the shit out of people just to get answered. He will not take no for an answer. He is very uncompromising.
Yeah.
Kinda, but we have a Batman pastiche for this movie, Dej, but Rorschach is a more extreme version of that.
Very extreme.
The thing is that, again, not even spoiling that much about his backstory, but he was exposed to the worst that society could offer, and in response, he decided to act in kind because he thinks that extreme problems require extreme solutions.
So, in regards to superhero movies this was going up against, this was the same year as X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Gee, what competition!
So my understanding, Rorschach is not supposed to be a good character.
Well,
Well, it's not
That's
okay.
that.
Not a good guy in terms of morality. Yeah, he's on the side of the law technically, but he
But
has
he's still
essentially.
a piece of garbage.
Yeah, he has his own code that essentially can be more destructive than anything when you get down to it.
Yeah, it's like, but unfortunately, he's a character that people constantly miss
Yeah.
the point of.
Pretty much, and Alan Moore really doesn't like this.
And everyone will be and everyone and people will be saying, well, maybe Alan Moore should have written it better.
Anyway, again, I also love the job that the CGI did to represent the change of the shapes on Rorschach's mask. Again, in the comics, you actually get to see only steals, so you see only the shape only in one position or another. Here, they actually see the transition, and it's done very good. So who could have killed actually the comedian? If I recall correctly, this scene with the cops was added for the extended cut, or at least a bit, or at least elongated a bit.
Wow, watching a film that's dark during nighttime.
at least it's not a day to night shot. Tio,
Peekaboo.
Hey Tio, question: is there any reason you really hate day to night shots?
Like I think I mentioned it last time it happened. It just seems so fake and immediately recognizable. I guess it stands to me like bad CGI stands to dweebs. Someone is more tolerant to it, but for me, I just can't. Now we cut to the old Night Owl, the guy in the center, talking about the one who technically succeeded him. Let me see, take the actors.
Oh yeah, okay, now most people stand for Rorschach. Me, I like my man Night Owl.
Night Owl is supposed to be based on Ted Kord, aka the second Blue Beetle, which in itself is kinda similar a bit to Batman. A guy with no real power, but a lot of gadgets and a vehicle.
So Night Owl, Blue Beetle no one cares about.
Yeah, a lot of people will hate you for that phrase.
Yeah,
wait. Which is the Blue Beetle that gets all the attention?
That depends. People love Ted Kord and Jaime Reyes.
At the time,
Brave and the Bold and in the
Jaime Reyes. That's the thing that when it came out, Jaime Reyes was not well received. It took time for them to like it. Anyway, The second Blue Beetle, the one on the right, is played by Patrick Wilson, while the old one is played by
an actor.
Oh, duh.
No, Dwibs. Next you'll be telling me grass grows when you water it.
Stephen McHattie.
Huh.
So I'm gonna add the Watchmen's injustice.
again, they just save all this talk for at the end of the movie.
Apparently, interesting thing about the movie. Apparently, Dave Gibbons, he did interact with the cast and crew of the movie, and I was apparently really impressed with the detail of the sets.
Again, if there's something that Zach is known for, is his huge nerd boner. So
as for competition, like Joe asked, 2009 was actually one of those rare years where there was no MCU movie released at all. So movies like these had little to no competition in their months of release.
Again, X-Men Origins versus Wolverine. What competition? So,
the whole shtick about Night Owl II is that essentially he's a character that, while as having a middle-age crisis, essentially, he kind of misses a bit the good old days, but he thinks to himself that it's the best thing that he could do was retire.
Basically, good old Nixon passed the Keene Act, which pretty much banned all masked superheroes.
It's kind of like an extreme version of a superhero. A Supreme Registration Act of the Civil War comic book.
Also,
I was gonna say the Incredibles one.
That's the thing, Dej. Believe it or not, Incredibles took a bit of inspiration from Watchmen in that regard. The
that
comic.
Too.
Oh, apparently, someone who apparently someone who is involved with the movie. TV Tropes doesn't list who. said that under the trope, the negative reader, if you hated the movie, especially before you've seen it, you could. Sorry, I got the name now. Sorry, I misread it. You could all line up and suck Matthew Good's dick because he doesn't give a fuck. Okay, I swear, dear negative reader, that trope, that comes up to me as like the easiest one you can fuck up.
Well, for obvious reasons.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, while there are multiple licensed songs, again, a staple of Zack Snyder these days, there is an actual score done by Tyler Bates.
Yeah, he's a Zack Snyder regular.
It's more for ambient purposes, more than having an actual score.
Well, I mean,
really?
Hey, unlike 300, Tyler Bates isn't allegedly stealing songs from other films.
Rorschach, you could have just, waited and ring the bell. Oh,
really?
Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah, Joe Video, the actor who played Nixon.
Yes.
He's actually from England.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Nixon's voice is an easy one to.
Remember, Dribs, for the most iconic American superhero of all time, Superman, Zach also cast a Brit. So
yeah, Rorschach thinks that someone killed the comedian for a purpose, not just for him as a person, but him as a superhero. So someone might be around kill capers. Yes, much like, again, being the Blue Beetle being a pastiche of Batman, in this case, Night Owl has his own version of a Batcave.
He even sounds a bit like Batman.
Well, Rorschach is not the one that's supposed to be technically like that, but I get the idea that when making the Ben Affleck distorted voice gadget in BVS, they took inspiration from this.
Definitely.
I mean, it's a good way to do it instead of doing the Christian Bale.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that hurts my throat.
Imagine Christian Bale doing that for years on end.
Yeah, well, he's an actor, so at least he knows how to do it.
So yeah, for Rorschach, it's about family, meaning that the Watchmen should unite again and try to search the killer.
But only one problem: we're considered illegal. Also,
Watchmen are over. So what are the next 3 hours about then?
Getting the band back together.
To answer your question, Jova,
he got one.
To answer your question, Jova, it would depend on how long exactly, because, like, for example, in his later years, Mel Blanc had to stop doing Yosemite Sam's voice because it required way too much from his throat.
Yes.
Again, Rorschach is very pessimistic. He thinks that society and the superheroes, even back then, did not really care about, the little people, the people in poverty and everything. So that's what he's trying to do to help them, just in his own distorted way.
This is why there are so many Rorschach stands here, because yes, he is technically doing stuff the wrong way, but he is a guy who looks out for the little guy.
If anything, Dweebs, the Joker live-action movie took a lot from that kind of mentality, so you're on the right track.
Yeah, I know. There was it wasn't exactly quoted, but there was that line that alluded to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how in the first Amazing Spider-Man, he didn't exactly use with great power comes great responsibility, but there was an allusion to it. Who's your favorite character in this movie, actually?
Night Owl the Second.
Okay, for me it's a bit tricky. When I was younger, obviously Rorschach, but you know how I've been. I still conserve a bit of edginess in me, meaning that it was obvious. These days, more like Dr. Manhattan. You will see him later.
Who plays him in this film?
Let me see. Billy.
So what do you mean so little time?
Really caught up.
What do you mean so
and
little
now,
time? We still have 3 more hours of movie left.
And now we cut to the Tales of the Black Fighter. Like I said, in the original comic, there were, spruced in between these story beats, there were a comic reading universe by a character we'll see later that talks about a person that has been on a ship and was sunk by this black fighter. This segment is actually animated and will be narrated by Gerard Butler.
Ah, that explains the Gerard Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Ridley, here's your smash invitation.
Anyway, we
someone was gonna make a joke, might as well.
We interrupt Watchmen to give you the cartoon before the movie in the middle of the
Okay.
I'll tell more what I think about the actual...
Okay.
Like Taylor said, this was originally a comic book that was in universe, so it makes sense to display it as an animation.
And to his credit, it wasn't Zack Snyder's decision to implement this way into the Ultimate Cut. What do I mean by that? Well, in the director's cut, this was like this was basically a separate featurette, but in the Ultimate Cut, this is integrated into the movie.
To reflect more what the source material was.
Well, I actually prefer it this way anyway. So.
Now, what I think about this particular adaptation of the Tales of Black Rider, I will mention when it actually ends, and of course during the final thoughts. But again, I applaud the decision on creating this particular cut, that tries to be more like the source material, especially because one thing the director's cut actually added, restored, was kind of an entire subplot where the theatrical cut dropped almost completely. That's also tied to the character that's reading this comic book.
Oh, and believe it or not, folks, it all makes sense for context. This
Boops.
does tie in.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the comic he's reading.
This particular kid, this is a particular subplot where the kid will essentially be there reading the comic book, and in time will establish a friendship with the comic book shop owner, who constantly talks to him, because he needs someone to talk with.
He's not a comic book shop owner. He's a newspaper stand owner.
Sorry. I don't know. Here in my country, things are a bit different how they're sold. Again, cutting this from the theatrical cut was insane to me because there is kind of a payoff to this particular subplot for the climax of the movie, and in the theatrical cut it just comes the fuck out of nowhere.
It's the constant problem too. Like Warner Brothers just doesn't want to allow. Okay, see, here's the thing. I think honestly, if Zack Snyder right now apparently there's now a rumor that apparently Zack Snyder is going to make a new deal with Netflix to make movies for them specifically, and I actually think it's a better avenue for him because his long run times fit streaming a lot better than theaters. So it actually works out. It will probably work out. Okay, it will probably work a lot better. It would probably work a lot better for him. So now he doesn't have to deal with Warner Bros. Constantly asking him to cut stuff out.
Well,
anyway,
that's the thing that you said it as you were Batman.
Anyway, now we have Matthew Good as Adrian White, aka Ozymandias. This guy did not really have any powers particularly. He essentially had a pet tiger, that's it, and a fancy costume. He's more of a psychological type of character. After he retired, also Twin Towers, after he retired, he decided to create an industry of philanthropy. Think of him kind of like a more benevolent version of Lex Luthor.
I will say this. A part of me does wonder if maybe part of the reason this movie didn't do so well at the box office was the fact that it was the theatrical cut that they released. Like, okay, that's not to say that the theatrical cut was bad, but if there's one thing we've noticed now that the Snyder cut of Justice League is out here is that a lot of Zack Snyder's movies are often definitely better in the full cuts. Like,
that's the case for most movies anyway, Jova.
The marketing did not help that much, and until this point, the comic book was not well known to the masses. But a good thing about it is that DC actually released a new trade hardcover of the book to complement the movie release, and I actually got that. $35, but damn if they were well spent.
Oh yes, it was. But yeah.
But yeah, also Ozymandias says pretty much what you said also, Jova. While may have good intentions, Rorschach is borderline a fascist.
Mm-hmm. This is why Night Owl is definitely my favorite character. He's the good all-arounder guy. The guy who generally is trying to do good, but he doesn't just go at it with the bright-eyed puppy dog look thinking, oh, it's this simple. Like, no, he knows the dance and the nuance to it.
That being said, all of these will have essentially like a question being posed at the climax, which in turn I will ask to each of you in time, both knowing and not of the movie.
Are you
So
sure
yeah,
about that?
the entire reason why... So I know what the question is. We have someone as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, and we'll see in a second just how powerful he is. So the question is, why aren't the USA essentially dominating the world and defeating the Soviets already? Well, simply put, they can't if they want to keep a sort of war stability, because otherwise the rest of the world will severely scare that at that point the USA will become a dictatorship. But as a result, the Cold War is still intensifying, and it's at an impasse right now, especially with someone like Nixon having a firm mandate.
Yeah, part of the reason for the divergence in the timeline mainly has to do with good old Dr. Manhattan, because...
And we will see just why. Again, the gist of it is that he's incredibly powerful. He's the only character who legitimately has real superhuman powers.
God
Also,
damn
yes,
it, of course, no case.
No case.
Okay, when did Frank Miller take him?
Well,
No, that's the thing, Dweebs. A lot of times there will be just Rorschach narration that are tied to his journal. And he also mentioned how the Minutemen essentially are retired or are dead now. That's charming, Rorschach. Hello? Also, yeah, here's the thing about Dr. Manhattan. He really doesn't care about wearing clothes outside of public relationship.
now, believe it or not, this isn't just a merely bout for fan service here, but it is to show how Dr. Manhattan is slowly but surely kind of losing his humanity.
Not in a sense that he's going mad, but literal apathy. Anyway, he's played by Bill Crudup. And in case you're wondering, yes, you will see his penis a lot in the movie.
No!
It's like I'm watching Game of Thrones.
Again.
Also, come on, Dej. You know, have some sharing. Show some male nudity once in a while.
True, yeah. And like, you know what? Like I said, this is a case where it actually does fit the story properly.
Did you know that originally for Age of Ultron, Josh Whedon wanted to show
The Hulk drunk.
Yeah.
Yes.
God, imagine if he
Well,
directed
well, look at it this way. At least the actor actually looks good. Has a good body for showing off. I'll still take this over looking at
Danny
Danny
DeVito.
DeVito's nipples. So
Wait.
Hey, Jova.
Yeah?
Youngblood the movie with Danny DeVito as Troll.
So
Oh,
apparently,
God.
Yeah, Dr. Manhattan has this thing that he can teleport people out of the way if he wants.
Oh, so why doesn't he just teleport Stalin to court then, or something?
That's the problem. He cannot officially intervene, otherwise the war stability will be compromised.
Lady, don't you know you can change the future by changing the past?
Sure.
We don't do that here.
So, despite being super powerful, Dr. Manhattan is not omnipotent. He can just work to the extent of what he can do.
So who's the sorry, not this lady. Who's the lady with Manhattan?
Seal Spectre the First. Let me check.
Wait. I'm pretty sure she's the second Silk Spectre.
No. Our main character, yes, but the flashback that we're seeing right now.
Oh, well,
This one I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, the second Seal Spectre, Malin Ackerman.
From what I've heard, she's the
Swedish.
weakling of the cast.
A bit. She still has a decent character arc, but you will see what she can do.
When you say weak link, do you mean like acting-wise or character-wise?
Both.
let me put it this way, Joppa. Like a movie like this definitely has enough story and characters to justify its runtime. And that's what all I'm asking. Like, have an actual enough content and material to sustain that runtime. And
Oh, I
do
get what you
feel that
mean.
sometimes Zack Snyder doesn't quite reach enough material to justify his length. Sometimes
I get what you mean.
So yeah, here's the thing: Silk Spectre II and Doctor Manhattan are supposed to be an actual relationship, but Doctor Manhattan has become more and more less of a human being and more cold and calculative. And he literally just described what Silk Spectre will do for the rest of the evening. And yeah, he's like, she didn't took it well because, you know, she just wanted a human reaction from him.
Basically, the thing with Dr. Manhattan is like, well, his goal right now is to solve the energy crisis, you know, do good for the Earth. Like, here's something, despite how he acts, he is still deep down meant to be a good man. It's just that, well, because of his ever-growing powers, he feels less and less attached to humanity.
He's disconnected. I forgot this song, which song is supposed
to... Is that what is DC trying to do with Superman for a while?
Oh, this person.
Yeah. DC were trying to do that with Superman for a while. Thankfully, they dropped that arc.
There are also a lot of winking at the audience moment that with Superman imagery.
Although, to be fair, they have sometimes done good things with Superman feeling somewhat disconnected with humanity due to his powers here and there. The trick is never having it linger too much.
Whatever happened?
I mean,
That's a mood stopper. Someone died.
Also, Carla Gugino, who in this movie, she also was in Sucker Punch, which we already did over here.
And she was also the voices of the Kryptonian device machine thingies in Man of Steel and BBS.
So basically, she's a Zack Snyder regular.
Neat.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with directors having regular.
There you go. There we go. She's supposed.
Yeah, I know. I was just referring in general.
Yes,
Carla Gugino is supposed to be the first Silk Spectre, the second Silk Spectre's mother.
Are you sure?
Really? You think so?
That's the act you mentioned earlier, is it, Tio?
Sorry?
No, that's the act I mentioned.
You mentioned earlier where you can't have masks.
Yeah, that's the one you and Jova mentioned.
Well, I didn't.
I mentioned it.
Whatever. Someone mentioned it.
Let's just say this. Nixon's probably using it as a means to quote-unquote prevent further war, but this being Nixon...
Again, doesn't help that Stalin is not... Well, okay, at this point Stalin was dead anyway, but let's say the Soviet... I guess in this point it was Brezhnev, I think, but the Soviet Union was not at a point of wanting negotiation.
So let me guess. There isn't going to be a David Frost-esque interview with Nixon and then it's continuing.
No.
Oh, you remember that.
It's mentioned a lot. I mean, David Frost is one of our most, was one of our most respected journalists or interviewers, I should say.
This scene also was slightly extended for again. This particular extended cut, aside from the things I mentioned, also restores a bit of particular takes that went on for a bit longer. Instead of one or two phrases added a bit all over the place.
Basically, it's explained here that...
And now we have the comedian's funeral with the sound of silence in the background.
Yeah.
Okay. To be fair, this was before the song became the meme that it is nowadays.
Back when this was not... If anything, I'd argue this was one of the things that contributed to make it mimetic.
Because,
the tragedy of the song.
Yeah, okay. See, that's the thing. Back then, this song was known for something meant to show tragedy. Again, nowadays, it's kind of a meme, but to be fair, let's be fair, it wasn't the meme it was nowadays.
And it's still a good song anyway. It's just that nowadays use a lot just for humor.
Who made this song?
Simon and Garfunkel. Again, this person with Word is End. Signpost. I wonder who that is.
You know, it's like having Daredevil had Bring Me to Life playing.
Kinda. I get. Yeah, it's kind of the same sentiment.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Deji. The No Way Out 2003 also had that as the theme song.
It's like it's a good song, but it's like now it's just a meme.
And also, again, there are other people at this funeral without a fucking umbrella.
But Teo, like
umbrellas aren't cool. Like,
exactly.
Someone is having it. Unfortunately, Silk Spectre wanted to go back to her house. The thing is that one thing that is discussed. Sorry, actually wanted to visit her mother. But one thing that is discussed a lot of times even in the comic is the fact that the teleportation of Dr. Manhattan is not a magical thingy. You actually do feel a physical sensation. A lot of people either vomited, and a couple of one actually had a heart attack in the past because of it. Also, yes, Silk Spectre the First now is basically in a luxurious retirement home where she's drunk as shit constantly.
Pining for the old days.
Charming. I'm getting flashbacks to those Me-2000 Flash games.
Sir.
You know, for a middle-aged lady,
She takes care of herself, yeah.
Not
Yeah,
just
like,
no.
really
I wasn't gonna say that. I was like she's surprisingly open-minded for her age.
Well, you know, let's see. I think during the Cold War, the older generation of America were, ironically, probably okay. You definitely had some of the boomers who were always like, "Oh, things were better in my day," but during the Cold War,
Oh, there you go, 67. There goes. She's 67. Again, for her age, she's surprisingly open-minded. Carry on.
the older. Okay, granted, I wasn't around there, but from what I can gather from people who were alive that
Clearly.
time, you know, the older generation back then kind of realized that the times they were changing, so they needed to get a little bit
just
more.
warning young audience and Deji to an extent. And now we're gonna get one of the more tense parts of a movie, so be prepared.
Ouija.
Yes, Ouija.
One thing that I would have changed in terms of the lighting of this movie, but again, I understand that Zach probably wouldn't, is that make the bits where we're doing the 1940s
To have a different filter.
more colorful to represent that golden age, cheesy, colorful way comics were done back then.
For the record, this scene was also in the theatrical cut, so we're not having a situation like Sucker Punch, where the more M-rated stuff was reserved for the extended cut.
Oh no, like Sucker Punch of all the theatrical extended cut differences, Sucker Punch is still the one that's the most baffling to analyze, as I've demonstrated.
You're talking about theatrical cut or the extended cut?
Both, like as in differences between both cuts.
Oh,
like, that's the one.
yeah.
That's the one that's most baffling to me.
I think that's one of those cases where they're practically completely different movies.
Okay. But they do definitely. There's some terrible implications in the theatrical cut that are fortunately averted.
Yes, that the comedian was violent and a rapist to boot.
Oh yeah, he was a piece of work, needless to say.
If by work you mean complete garbage, Jova, yes, sure.
Yes.
You know what they say, Teo, never meet your heroes.
Yeah, comedian is Believe it or not, Dweebs,
For the record, Dweebs, you're not supposed to feel sympathetic for him, believe me.
I get that.
This is part of the showing that things are definitely not as simple as one might think in the start.
Again, this is also another demonstration of why this of all.
No, I forgot what the particular name of this guy is.
The Hangman?
Yes, I think actually it is.
This is also another demonstration of why, of all the DC properties, hell, comic book properties in general, this was the one that definitely actually suits Zack Snyder's sensibilities. Because remember, this is the guy who openly said that he would, in his own Batman movie, have Batman be raped in jail. I'm not kidding. Look it up.
So the weird thing about it is that the Silver Spectre the First, despite this horrible episode, did not seem to hold a particular grudge against the comedian. Keep that in mind for later.
Basically, another point of this scene is to show that knowing the more that we do know about the comedian, you start to realize that, there may have been a few people who wanted this guy dead for...
Specifically, the Viet Congs, because now it's time to go for the Vietnam War with Ride of the Valkyries in the background. This fits surprisingly well because of Apocalypse Now. In this reality, Dr. Manhattan fucking obliterated the competition.
Literally.
This is one of the reasons that there's a split in the timeline here, because as you recall from the original, that was one of the first times in a while that we lost a war. I mean, well, one could consider it a smaller one in the grand scheme of the Cold War, which we did end up winning eventually, but still, though, yeah. Again,
and
though,
like sorry, go on.
Scenes like these are to show that not only was the comedian a very, 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 very flawed character, to say the absolute least, but that there were quite a few people who may have had motive to kill him.
And like I said, the young comedian looks a lot like Nicolas Cage for some reason.
That's the thing. That's the thing too. Honestly, his overall.
For some reason, you reminded me like a younger Danny Trejo.
Yeah, actually reminds me a bit of Robert Downey Jr. as well, a bit.
Huh.
Like if I take out the mustache, actually, no, sorry, with the mustache, sorry.
Oh my
With
god,
the
he does
mustache,
look a bit like him in that.
He does kinda, doesn't he? Like it's.
Now that
it's
you
weird.
mention it.
So
Yeah.
the American freedom has arrived. Thanks, Nixon.
Yay! But yeah,
Freedom. That's funny.
But yeah, Zack Snyder absolutely loves incredibly dark shit in his movies.
Yeah, that's why he directed 300.
I know, but that's the thing. That remember the whole rape thing, the whole dark lighting thing.
And
That's
just
what he loves
for
the most, which is why this comic was actually perfect for him to adapt.
and for the record, we're gonna get not an identical dose, but a similar one in a second.
It's what I've said before on our BVS stuff. Like that's his one also major flaw as a filmmaker. The fact that he has a very narrow.
Oh boy.
Someone has unfinished business.
All right.
Eesh. Ooh, and that's why the comedian had a scar, if you notice also at the beginning.
Whoa!
Doctor, you could have just teleported.
Actually, pay attention to the dialogue, Dweebs. Actually, it's gonna be discussed. No. He just stand there and watched.
Yeah, you're just as bad as him.
That's the problem. Okay, that's the thing. Dr. Martin seems to be more of a thing of literally losing himself, while the comedian is just an asshole. Like a huge asshole.
Comedian is...
So he deserved to die.
Well,
in a way, yes. Again, that's also what the comic leaves you to your not interpretation, but your decision. Was the comedian deserving to die? Was the comedian deserving to, say, be put in jail for his crimes? All that kind of stuff.
Because don't worry, Dej, we're still not quite done with the comedian, for better or for worse.
Again, at this funeral we get all the other pieces. For example, what Ozymandias remembers of him. Specifically doing the reunion of the of the new team of the Watchmen.
But yeah, it's oh, there you are.
Hello.
What is
Okay.
he a doctor of exactly?
He's an actual doctor. He has a doctorate. I think nuclear.
What is his doctorate?
Studies on nuclear energy. We will be explained actually later. Here's the thing. This particular scene differs from the comic because at the meeting there was also present the first Night Owl that explained things up. But for some reason, here he said it was cut away, and the explanation is given mostly to Ozymandias. Ink. Sure. The thing is that the comedian puts a good use to his title and sees the Ozymandias' way of thinking as a joke, as naive thinking. Ozymandias is very optimistic in that kind of way. He believes in a society free from, war, oppression, and traffic accidents and everything, and believes there is a way to run to that point. But the comedian is like, nah, not really.
Mm-hmm.
Ha! It's like he said, justice is coming to all of them.
And together we can be justice.
Okay, unlike Cry for Justice, the word justice actually means something here. Comedian does have a point, though. Do your
Thanks to the
actions
nuclear weapon. Thanks to the nuclear weapons, everything is just pointless.
Comedian is the guy who...
Don't worry, guys. Superman will take care of the pesky weapons.
Sadly, we don't have Superman here, Dweebs. Well, we have Dr. Manhattan, but that's...
Here's the thing about the comedian. He is essentially the guy who has no limits. He'll do some pretty heinous stuff, but he will also be the guy to call out every single thing as well. It's a weird, chaotic...
And now we have what Nathan remembers from...
the trope jackass has a point.
Kinda. Also, Superman's corpse hanged and burned. Yep, that's a good representation of Zack Snyder.
Well, I did ask.
Also, but yeah, here's what Night Owl II remembers with the comedian: a protester being repressed with "I'm your boogeyman" in the background.
Of course. Hey, JJ, could you turn on the lens
flare? Now that's just rude.
Okay, fine, bye.
Don't.
Oh, shit.
Now I'm going to do my slow motion entrance.
At least he didn't do the superhero landing, surprisingly. It's a bit too late for that Night Owl.
He's trying.
Yeah.
He's trying.
Again, the more we know about the comedian, the more of a nice guy he is.
Yeah, I know. He's right up there with Lex Luthor, most charitable people on the planet.
And he starts shooting on the protesters.
Don't worry, Tio. They're rubber bullets, like he said.
They're not.
With a shotgun, Jova, I found that unlikely.
Hey, Tio. If Batman can put rubber bullets on a freaking tank, then
here's the thing. That's a video game.
Video games, movies, they're still both superheroes.
Works of fiction.
So the comedian has no powers, right?
No, he's just good with firearms.
So besides Dr. Manhattan, he's the only one with powers.
He has some minor super strength, but it's mostly thanks to training.
Mm-hmm.
And again, killed someone.
Okay, apparently TV Tropes has a theory as to why this film didn't do well in cinemas.
Go on.
They feel that maybe they didn't necessarily... Apparently it says here, when most moviegoers think about superheroes or comic book films, they don't necessarily think about deconstruction of the genre, which Watchmen unabashedly is, which might explain this lack of success in theatres.
I can tell you it would have been much more, it would have sold much more better if it was released in recent years. Again, as much as I don't really particularly care about The Boys, it had the advantage of having the perfect timing for its release.
Definitely. And like I said, also, had it been released nowadays, Warner Brothers might have done the smarter thing and released the better cuts. Like, okay, I'm not going to act like, the Ultimate or Director's Cut would have automatically have been a better financial seller. And look, the movie was still good even without them, but I'd argue that the movie is definitely the best it can be with either the Director's Cut or the Ultimate Cut, because...
someone is leaving roses, but who is this person?
Interesting thing, though. Apparently, one major criticism of this cut is that the tales of the Black Freighter scenes are apparently poorly implemented and kept dragging the pacing to a halt.
I already mentioned that.
A sentiment that even Snyder agreed with.
Yeah, I disagree on that, but that's pretty much it. Again, this is another example where the scene was slightly extended and the theatrical cut just trimmed it away a bit. But again, I didn't really need this character to look at his post. I'm fine either way, essentially.
But yeah, to continue my previous point, it's like okay. Let me put it this way: in the same way that one of
what is this?
Oh dear!
Behind you. Shit.
also his years.
Actually, yeah, that's kind of a point. This is an old villain of a Minul man, the hypnotist Moloch. Let me check who plays him.
Not to be confused with Moloch from Mortal Kombat.
Matt Frewer.
Because I wanted to. I don't have to explain anything.
So yeah, we need to learn another piece of a puzzle from the villain. A villain that actually fought the comedian. Yeah, out of fucking nowhere, this guy just entered poor Bollock's room and started using him as a confessor.
What could have had someone like him breaking down into tears, though, one might wonder?
Well, did he see the film? Did he see the film's box office take?
This fine specimen of a person.
He saw the film's box office takings. I started ranting about them.
Sure. Also, on another note, the particular direction of the scene is a bit weird. In the comic, we only see it from the perspective of Moloch, that sees the comedian moving from one place on the other of the room. I get the idea they could not probably implement it. Zack could not implement it well and just decided to do this. If you remember, again, Zack loves to be one-to-one as possible, to the panels. So I get the idea there were complications that prevented him from doing that.
Yeah, because there's another interesting thing as well. One major criticism this film got, well, in any cut, I should mention, is that if you're not familiar with the original comic, especially with the theatrical release of this movie, odds are you might end up being completely lost.
I can see that because the theatrical cut did cut a lot of stuff that was important.
This is another thing what I mean, in that I do feel like this movie probably would have done better. Okay, if they really did have to have a theatrical cut, they should have cut it better. Like, it seems to be kind of a running theme where, more often than not, whenever somebody does, like, these drastic cuts to one of Snyder's films, they just don't turn out as alright.
Hell, even Justice League,
why does this guy look like Sinestro?
Again, he had pointy ears because back in the day he tried to pass himself as a skilled hypnotist. But here's the problem. Now he has cancer. And he's trying everything in his power to actually, survive. Again, this is one case where the Blues Brothers 2000 effect, as I normally like to call it, works for the best. We see essentially a group of back in the day was radiant, glorious, full of hope, now essentially being destroyed in a world that doesn't have any hope left. I do believe this works a bit for the better because the entire point is to be a bit better than that. I don't know.
So where's the scene where Dan Aykroyd is comedy?
Also, too, I'm not entirely sure about reception in today's day and age of this movie because this movie uses a lot of words that are a big no-no.
Not just that.
Again, it's context.
Not just that. Even the sequences we were shown. I can tell you, if I recall correctly, the slur that was uttered during the protest, I don't think it was a line from the comic, and it's entirely possible. But Zach just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I can see why Jackie O'Haley was the best received out of all the casting in this movie.
Jackie O'Haley?
The guy who plays Rorschach.
But yeah, that's the thing, Jova. Even in Justice League, I mean, like, don't worry, this is not a spoiler because it's also on the Justice League cut. Like, in the Justice League cut, the scene where Wonder Woman is stopping that bank assault or whatever, like robbery, that scene is also in the Snyder cut, and in just like in the Snyder cut, it doesn't really have any bearing on anything. So you think they would cut that out of the theatrical cut instead of cutting out the cyborg stuff, but no.
But yeah, here's how...
If you cut that out, it wouldn't be 2 hours.
But yeah, here's how Rorschach pieces together the mystery. Supposedly, the comedian saw the fact that the world was kind of imploding due to the Cold War escalating, and saw it kind of as a joke, and thought that the life that he had as a superhero and everyone and everything was nothing more than that, and he should stop essentially caring.
Yep.
So he became nihilistic.
Literally.
We're all going to die, sir.
Yeah, I think of calling it Watchmen.
Hey, kid, still reading some Black Friday?
Yes.
Pretty much.
There you go, Stacey. This time the transition into the animation is smoother.
I'll admit, I personally feel like these are fine enough. Okay, I think I get what some people mean, where they feel like, oh, this stuff does feel like it bogs down the pace. Me personally, though, I feel like, also knowing the context of.
There's also the fact, Jova. There's also the fact, Jova, that in the original comic, these particular sequences of Black Writer were also much more segmented. Sometimes in one panel, potentially every now and between, because there were some parallels between what was going on in the real story of the world and what was going on in the comic. Symbolism, as pure as it is. So yeah, our poor sailor is stranded on a desert island with a mountain of corpses.
Well, at least he's with his men again.
And the lady.
Get it? It's like justice. It's blind.
And she saved him. Justice saved him.
Yeah, interesting thing, I checked Gerard Butler's Wikipedia page. This film isn't mentioned on it.
Probably someone forgot to edit that. Ew.
Hey, he's already dead.
Fuck you, Ravens.
Actually, seagulls.
Oh, gulls, whatever.
Well, as also me and Sherry told with Contagion 2000, yeah, seagulls are assholes.
They eat everything they can.
It's because of the lighting. They look dark colored.
Meanwhile, Silk Spectre is having sex. And not just any particular kind of sex.
Sex with a
And of
dear
course,
doctor.
and of course, we're playing "You're My Frill" because subtlety is overrated.
Hey! You try having sex with Doctor Manhattan.
I mean, look.
Excuse
whoa.
me, a bit too much hands.
I mean, Taker, you've seen The Lion King. You've listened to "Can You Feel the Love Tonight."
Welcome everyone to the Watchmen porn parody.
That's because Dr. Manhattan is trying to spruce in some particular kink. He can actually create copies of himself, but they share they essentially are a unique entity. Like, it's not like each is unique; they all share the same mind. But sadly, Silk Spectre is not into gangbangs. Well, I can understand that.
That's hilarious. It's like, please, I'm sorry. Don't
But the problem is that it's even worse than that, Dedra. He was doing that to distract her from the fact that he's still working.
Wow, dividing work with sex. That's
Chad.
That's an accomplishment, really.
Oh, yes, it was pity sex.
Sure.
My attention was completely focused on you. The Pythagorean theorem was developed by Pythagoras. I'm completely focused on you. Albert Einstein developed the. Wait, I was totally focused on you, honey.
I know. Wait, that line of dialogue earlier about him not giving a damn about people explained that earlier. You don't have to repeat it.
Well, again, there is a point to this in regards. It's to show how, much as he tries to deny it, it is a growing problem.
It is also a bit of foreshadowing. The director, when he was building for Ozymandias, keep that in mind. It's not just there for the background.
Notice there, he is essentially keeping any reaction explosions from killing those people, which, gives them the ability to be as in-depth as they want to. Because, hey, if there's a reactor explosion, he can just turn it off with so much as a snap of a finger. Of course, he has to be constantly watching.
If I recall correctly, now it's time to see the backstory of Dr. Manhattan.
Yes.
The thing about this is that Dr. Manhattan, as he will explain later, he will also be able to, he has ability to sort of see a bit both the past, the future, and the present at the same time. It's a bit complicated, and again, he will explain better later.
Let's not forget, he also has that mystical power to merge worlds into a singular dimension here and there.
Later. Sorry, the backstory will be reserved for later, I forgot. Because now, if I recall correctly, that is Silk Spectre essentially crashing into Night Owl's apartment and asking for,
This is like I still get the feeling Zach every time he makes a movie he gets into his personal iPod playlist and just picks random songs.
No. He plays on shuffle.
Much like in Frozen 2010.
Well, Dan, you're going to be in trouble. Dr. Manhattan's going to kill you.
Hey,
no,
so
actually,
long as he can't
surprisingly
see
enough, Dr. Manhattan is not really that concerned about this. Again, it's part of his thing about losing his humanity.
Look, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm here. Well, I may have a crush on you. I don't know why I'm here. Not even a brazier.
In a way, it's not too different from a person going through Alzheimer's disease, just like kind of in the opposite way. He's having so much power information stored in his brain that he's forgetting the more simple things.
Yeah, you totally ruined my evening. It was,
Yeah, my evening.
Watching the news with Chinese food. And here is probably the most known piece of the score, and I mean the original score, not licensed songs.
I think Dr. Manhattan would be friends with Charles Xavier.
Yes. Yeah, I could totally see that.
What? Because they're bold.
Well,
Yes.
boop.
That's because Dr. Manhattan has a talk show to go for too.
Oh.
Oh. There you go. Turned off the lights.
Yeah, you see, we can't keep the CG budget going. Okay, did someone accidentally leave on the test audience screening?
No.
Right, I think it's not like my either that or it's Alan Moore commentary of the.
That particular character, believe it or not, the one on the truck, will show up for the ending. This particular bit of extended cut was also there to cheekily foreshadowing a bit.
On the bad side of town.
And of course, much like in Gotham, characters decide to go through alleyways even though it's totally not the ideal thing to do.
Morons.
Why are you doing that?
Being the 80s, it also introduces here, it's not so much showcased for the rest of the movie, a particular type of gang, the Knot, as they're called, because we have a particular hairstyle that reflect that. It's a bit more elaborate in the comic that we'll mention at the end.
And have you guys read the original comic?
Yes, I actually did it only after I saw the movie because, again, I got that trade paperback.
Interesting how a lot of these people definitely have
There you go,
relationships.
Liz. What do you think?
Yeah,
Do you agree?
Exactly. It's pointless.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Nuclear war could happen tomorrow.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Oh, I thought you were reacting to what I said.
No.
Well, the level of violence anyway.
It's like I said, Dej, of all, this is the one.
I wasn't expecting
Oh,
that.
this reporter is familiar. We already saw him previously to Ozymandias' place.
Like I said, Dej, this comic was practically made for Zack Snyder to adapt. Because this is exactly the kind of stuff Zack loves. In his
Oof.
movies.
Do you think Zack would direct Kick-Ass?
I could see him doing that.
I don't know. Like I think Matthew Vaughn's sense of humor fits that property a lot.
Kick-Ass is a bit more colorful and has more sense of humor.
Are they saying that Dr. Manhattan gives people cancer?
Yes, that's what this reporter is implying, actually.
Hey, Drips.
Hmm?
It's always cancer, but never lupus.
Yeah, let's try another question.
Dr. Manhattan, why do you suck?
That's his ex, by the way, his ex-wife. There you go. That's his doctorate, Weaves. Dun dun dun.
That's just a huge coincidence. That
Yeah, absolutely. It was not staged at all.
Can he remove it?
Sorry?
Can he remove it?
Actually, no. That's one of his limits.
That's the thing. He has many powers, but he's not God.
Yeah.
Scapegoating 101.
And of course, let's just say that Dr. Manhattan doesn't know how to handle well stress.
Well, everyone in this building's about to die, aren't they?
He's trying to be nice, guys. Come on.
Emotion?
And he teleports. Actually, first he teleports everyone away. In the theatrical cut, we just see him teleporting away. But first he teleports all of them away.
Where did he teleport them to? Space?
No, warehouses. He actually knows, the locations where to teleport them. In the comic, he mentions it, but he already did that to a protest.
I thought they were going to go with, like, lost all control of his emotions, which is really rare for him. Therefore, he lost concentration and sent them all to space, where they
Thankfully,
suffocated.
no.
Anyway, as you can see, the reason they came down to a dark alley was so she could let some steam off. You can't do crime fighting,
But what if her non-powered, what if her friend without any powers got killed?
Wait.
Oh yes, of course.
Oh, Dan's
Night
off.
Owl can still technically can handle things.
Remember, Night Owl is pretty much the Batman / Blue Beetle of the group.
In your hearts, you know it's right wing.
Even though he has the personality of Clark Kent.
Very good, honey. Very good option. Usually that's what I do. When I want to blow off some steam, I either just, play
Beat
some
the shit out of
or
someone.
whatever, or I go into a dark alley. Very good.
Okay, so to her credit, DePedro, video games were not a thing back then.
Okay, watch some. Go to the movies, I guess.
Back here.
Yeah, because the kid is reading some more.
Anyway, to her credit, she was technically using self-defense because, the scumbags were the ones who...
The Knots attacked her first.
Yeah.
So, our sailor, in the meantime, has some paranoia thoughts. What if the Black Fighter actually goes back to his own town and kills his family? So that's what would motivate him to actually leave the islands and, try to get back to his own place.
Sorry, man. Gotta use this.
Yeah. So, in a macabre way, this guy builds his own raft, but unlike in Castaway, he decides he needs something to use as floaters.
The way that the blood was covered, it looks like Rorschach.
Yeah, again, symbolism. It's all over the place.
Is that how you pronounce his name? Rorschach?
Rorschach, yes.
Okay. Interesting use of symbolism there, though.
Ew.
Yeah,
so,
that happens.
That's sadly the point, Dej. He will use the corpses of his own comrades as flotation devices for his raft. He's that desperate.
This is what happens in death. Sometimes corpses, when they're not tended to, inflate with gas.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep. This is to carry on.
I'm here. Just want to block out the noise. Go on.
Sure. No, but yeah, to carry from my point, let me put it this way: in the same way that Stanley Kubrick was a chameleon in filmmaking, where he could go from making a drama to making a comedy, like he did with Strangelove, Zack Snyder has a very unique, specific style that he always adheres to, which is why he doesn't have the versatility needed to handle a cinematic universe full of different superheroes. Which is why I never felt he was the right choice to handle the DCU from the beginning.
No, he was not.
I feel like with the right team and planning, he could have handled the DCU, but
that's the thing, Joe. You already asked this, and I already answered you. Technically, yes, but the problem with Zack is his usual ego. He will probably not let anyone, stomp on him and allow that to happen.
To his credit, DC have not exactly done a good job working with him. Again, let's not forget, apparently he wasn't even aware that Man of Steel was going to be the start of the DCU at first. I could easily see this as him not being able to handle it well, but of course in the interviews, due to his ego, he of course tries to tackle it with clout and try and pretend like, oh, this was the plan all along. So again, nothing is for sure here and there, but I can definitely see a case where it is about where he did get screwed over. Again, I'm not going to say like none of it is his fault. No, he still did mess up with films here and there. Though I do wonder if things could have gone better if he and DC had a better understanding from the get-go.
I feel like Sorry, go ahead.
Because if there's one thing we know for certain, Man of Steel was made without... Okay, maybe by the time it was released they knew, but from all I know, Man of Steel was made without the knowledge of that being the start of a new DC cinematic universe.
Shit.
It was Jova, but even if you take that out, let's just go back to Man of Steel before that was even a thing. I still stand by my stance that he was never the right person to direct a Superman movie, because Superman as a whole, in terms of the whole optimism, goes completely against Zack Snyder's nihilistic style.
Well,
sadly, our main character now
actually. So, all right, Vader, you're gonna call me crazy, but Superman would be the perfect thing to go against the shining hope of optimism in a complete nihilistic world.
That would be awesome. I mean,
it's the what's so funny with true justice in the American way, I guess. But
what American way?
It works for one. I kind of agree that it works mostly for one story, and that's it. But anyway, we get these minor extended scenes which see the other characters seeing what happens to Dr. Manhattan and reacting to it. But anyways, I was saying, our sailor, in the meantime, now essentially has to eat raw seagull. If you know anything about seagulls, you will know they're not really good to eat. And as such, your main character will have done a bad idea. We'll see later how that pans out. In the meantime, Dr. Manhattan decides to teleport on Mars.
So he can be away for everyone's safety.
And here is the other major known piece of the score that is being used actually a lot to this day. My country loves to use it for particular documentaries about political and religious people. And now we get the backstory of Dr. Manhattan. Literally seeing his eyes, his life flashing through his eyes. Nerd! And I'm not a virgin anymore. Now that was a mood killer.
Yeah, meet this guy. He helped me and my wife get together.
And then he died. Doc, work a bit better about the editing, about your life memories, please.
It's like the ending of of Cartman's Christmas Story.
This is to reflect the fact, remember, like I said, Dr. Manhattan is seeing events from his past and his future, but he sees them in a constant jumble.
It'd be like if the flashbacks involving Tony Stark's dad were like, Tony Stark was a brilliant inventor. Till he had a car accident.
And surprisingly enough, his origin story is relatively similar to the one of the Hulk. He was actually stuck in a place where was about to be bombarded with I forgot which particular type of energy. Shit.
And this is why people think
Wow,
that
you sound so emotional after getting your friend trapped inside a.
And this is why people think that he might have given those two cancer as a means of revenge
Being
against
close
them.
to them.
But anyone who knows Dr. Manhattan well enough would probably think that to be horse hockey. Because think about it. He's become less caring, right? So shouldn't he not be motivated by vengeance? Unless maybe there's still a tiny bit within him that is still human.
All right, and now
allusion to the thingy clock. Yeah.
All right, now that it's relevant, and I can say without spoiling anybody, and this is why, Dej, to answer your question, Dr. Madden is my favorite character because I find him to be the more interesting one. Not to mention, I love me some tragic characters.
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh,
No wonder Leighton's one of your favorite gaming franchises. Just every single character there has some sort of tragic backstory.
Well, it's not even just that, though. Japanese writers in general love to make those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
So.
You have to remember, Dej. You have to remember, Graves. Some people involved with Little Nemo literally abandoned the project because it wasn't having that kind of component for his characters.
Well, that's the thing. Takahata specifically said, and I'm quoting him, there was no growth in the main character. So to him, it just wasn't interesting. And I can kind of understand him, to be honest with you.
A person literally disintegrated thanks to a test. What a mess.
And he's dead.
Yeah, there wasn't even a body to be found. It was literally atomized. Hence why this is the pastiche, well, is the equivalent of of Captain Atom from the Charlton universe. But here's the thing, in time, he remembers, he starts to recompose himself thanks to his powers.
Yeah, he didn't exactly take it well.
I mean, I'd be pretty scared too if I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
So they trapped him.
Hey guys, turns out I lived.
The text message, I lived, bitch.
Oh my god, he's naked!
I don't want to stare at his junk.
That has got to be one of the
he's
most
so powerful. He doesn't even get a boner. They're at 10, not impressed.
You know, that's got to be one of the most epic nude scenes you'll ever see in media.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, did they deliberately trap him in there?
No. He actually wanted to collaborate with the United States, but
No. I mean, in the room when the door closed.
No.
Of course, gotta have some religious symbolism as well.
No, he actually deliberately decided to do that. I'll tell you more later. There is a bit of an extended scene here that showcases why his symbol came to be. He chose it because he thinks it represents him. The atom, a single, a core, a proton with an electron circling around it.
Which he drew in a perfect circle.
Mm-hmm. Because it's just that good. Essentially, Dej, what Dr. Manhattan was doing was actually researching on ways to end the power crisis and famine all over the world, and he was just using the Rockefeller test, place, thanks to the United States, giving them to him for him to use. And yes, Nixon thinks it's a good idea to have him as a weapon.
Not out of character for Tricky Dick.
And yeah,
he won the war for them in a week.
And of course, well, yeah, he literally atomized the competition, and those who survived literally treat him as a god. What chance did they have?
Well, Taylor, it was either this or nuclear weapons. So
The problem is that we're still having nuclear weapons. That's kind of the tragedy of this. Despite the president of Dr. Manhattan, things have not improved as one thing would happen. You.
Oh, God damn it.
He left him hanging.
I meant to teleport them to prison.
Sure.
Yes, you did.
Also, why do you look at Woody Allen?
Actually, dude, according to script, whatever. But also, Superman is American. We all know Superman has always been American. He's like he was raised in Kansas.
He's also
landed
Red
in
Son.
Russia.
No,
Yeah.
he's also more referring to not to the actual character, but more like to the concept done by Nietzsche. You know, the Ubermensch, the Superman.
Normally, I would agree with you there, Teo. But this is the DC universe.
This is technically not the DC universe.
Not this particular
Remember,
movie.
I will mention this at the end, but for intents and purposes, this is supposed to be an Elseworld story in its own continuity.
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, crap, we still got 2 hours left.
Basically, here's the thing. Back then, it was people that viewed him as a god, but he didn't think of himself as a god in that regard.
The thing is that as time passed, his fiancée aged, but he didn't, and so when Silver Spectre II arrived, he fell in love with her.
Wow, what a jerk.
Well, you do. Whoop. And that's another thing. This is another case of the who wants to live forever trope. A character with immortality having to see the world going on, but him still remaining the same. And yeah, this is a very quotable line. I'm tired of humanity. I'm tired of entangled in their lives.
Look,
I have seen mankind at both their worst and their best.
There is a worse fate than Dr. Manhattan's immortality. He could have been
his butt cheeks right there?
And
no. He could have been like the character from Dead Zone, where he's trapped forever and he's immortal.
Kinda. So now Doc is gonna create his own personal fortress of solitude, where to reflect, crafted by the Martian soil.
And then John comes and says,
"Can you please don't?"
do that.
And then, breaking news: Superman sues Dr. Manhattan for copyright infringement.
But anyway, we'll have to get
Martian Manhunter is his
We'll
lawyer.
have to get back to him later. This is another added scene, if I recall correctly, where Silver Spectre has to tell about the disappearance of her fiancé.
Does the DCEU have a lawyer character? So the DC universe as a whole.
Plenty, but I don't remember if there's an equivalent to, say, like Daredevil, a lawyer that is also a superhero. At least not that I remember immediately. Piece of shit.
There is a guy who is a lawyer and a villain. Two-Face, so there's
true.
That.
Very is actually that.
But I thought he was the. Oh no, he is. He didn't get the mayor job. Did he?
What?
No, we're
Which continuity are you referring to?
Yeah, I thought Pedro was talking about the Nolan version of Two-Face.
No.
But anyway, there's not Danny Trejo.
It's funny because in the Telltale verse, he did actually become mayor.
Well, the Nolan version of of Harvey Dent is also a lawyer. So.
And now, Silver Spectre meets the comedian.
She has no idea about the history he had with her mother.
I actually think she knows.
I don't think she knows at this point.
Partially, at least. Maybe she doesn't know the full picture. Please don't do that. Yeah. Long time no see.
Long time no see.
Yeah, not long enough, it would seem.
Oh, boy. Yeah! Father's Day is very awkward.
Yeah, there's the thing. This is a thing from the extended cut. In the theatrical cut, they only kind of, not imply, but it's a throwaway line, the fact that Dr. Manhattan decided to abandon them. And then they kind of forget about him for the most part, as in the rest of humanity. Here, at least, they bother to tell that, no, they know where he is.
Wait,
and
is that Patrick Stewart?
Patrick Stewart? No.
Yeah, I thought he was in the back. I was like, what?
So now the United States have to deal with the potential imminent threat of a nuclear war without the help of Dr. Manhattan.
What happened? Did the summit fail? You know, I wonder. Okay, I'm pretty sure it was just a major coincidence. But was this movie tackling the Superman 4 stupid premise?
No, that's one thing that was in the comic and that was done back in the...
Oh my god, is that the same guy who played the general from the Sonic movie? And
I don't know.
That
possibly.
It looks exactly like him, and he was also
Remember,
a general.
there are like
in that
10
movie.
years of difference between this movie and that one.
Also, that nose.
Wait, are you talking about Grounder, voice actor, or
No. I'm talking. Well, yeah, Gary Chalk. Yeah.
Yeah, because he like
basically
voices for a while.
Well, basically that general
no, there's not listed. The director is not listed here.
Director.
It's
actor is not listed here.
It's also actually it's more so the fact that this is exactly the kind of thing that Dr. Strangelove's war room scene was satirizing.
Also, Pedro, in case you're wondering, yes, Nixon had quite an interesting nose.
Here it's exaggerated for comedic effect, but yeah, even in real life, apparently he had this Pinocchio nose. Like,
how fitting.
Maybe that should become an unwritten rule, Jova. Like becoming, running for president is that like your nose should be somewhat normal.
In case you don't know military code, DEFCON 2 means that you're very close to nuclear war.
Basically, again, yeah. So, what is different of this from the original timeline? Well, in the original timeline, America lost Vietnam, so we knew that we had to start taking this Cold War via a different methodology here, playing the long game of sorts, and that's what eventually allowed us to win the Cold War. Here, though, I'm guessing because we won Vietnam, Nixon got very, very, very full of himself, and, well, one thing led to another.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's it.
No, we just got back later.
When they do scene ends like that, I keep thinking the.
Yes, Dweebs?
No. That was it, really.
Oh, okay.
They do end the scene like that. I keep thinking that's it. The movie's over. Considering how long this movie's gone on so far.
I mean, just an hour and 37 minutes.
So, what does Imandias can do?
A lot of films last 97.
Well, ironically enough, Dwibs, that sometimes tends to be a problem when films are forced into the 90-minute mark. Last Airbender.
And your name.
And Ballistic.
Wait, hold on. Your name was only 90 minutes long?
No, it wasn't, but it could have been longer. It's the same principle.
I think I did mention that he needed a bit more.
Oh, trust me, yeah. Your name definitely needed more runtime to actually explain stuff better with the characters. And also
flesh out the relationship more. because it's the whole heart of the movie.
That's why
supposedly.
I swear,
That's
I
why
swear.
I'm actually looking to that American remake. So maybe they can take what worked and fix what didn't.
I swear,
Okay,
I swear,
Ozzy-
your name is probably the pinnacle of style over substance.
Ozymandias' backstory sadly just told us instead of actually being shown us. This is a thing also in the comics. I guess Alan Moore did not had enough space to also show that as well. But all you need to know is that he's incredibly smart
And rich.
and he can enrich. Yeah, he can calculate things in a decent way.
Yeah, I don't know why Alan Moore was so pissed at this movie that he hexed it.
Well, it's
I
a
get
thing.
the feeling. I get the feeling Alan Moore most likely is one of. Unlike, say, for example, Dubs, like God, I forgot his name. Teo, the guy who created Thanos, the character. His name.
Oof, I forgot too. I'll check in the meantime.
Whatever. The point is, Dwips, unlike Alan Moore, he was much more open to Infinity War, and to quote him, all it did was really replace one of my ideas for another one of my ideas. So whatever.
No, I think I mentioned in the past, but the Infinity Duology gives actually more quote-unquote dignity to the character of Thanos. Mind you, I wouldn't have minded seeing the original storyline adapted, even its goofiness, but what we got is a good alternative.
I'll say this.
No, sure. What I mean, let me just finish my point. Like, what I mean to say there is that unlike him, Alan Moore is probably much more
strict, like me.
He literally, he's like Naoko Takeuchi. He wants his thing copy pasted word for word.
Like, okay,
basically.
believe it or not, one of the few times he has actually liked an adaptation was when Justice League Unlimited did an adaptation of his storyline. What do you get for the man who has everything? Sense of the storyline of that is when Mongo basically trapped Superman with a special plant.
delivery. He's got a gun! And for the record, since I know it, one thing that this cut has is this death scene of the Secretary much more extended than his. Stay classy, Zach.
Oh!
Again, Zach loves his gratuitous violence.
And again, this is a movie that I'd say actually does...
Oh, no. Yeah, it actually works for this movie, because the comic was this violent as well anyway. So.
Jim Starlin, there you go. That's the person we were talking about.
Again, like I said, like this is his one very specific style that he doesn't want to give up on.
Cyanide pills.
So somebody.
Well, I mean, at least he tried. At least he tried to stop the guy from fighting it, but it was just a bit too late.
This is why I'm at the very least glad that after the Snyder Cut, Zack Snyder is going to go back to making original films instead of.
Have you seen? I've seen the trailer of Army of the Dead, and I kind of like it. I want to see where this goes.
Wait, hold on. What's Army of the Dead?
You mean Dawn of the Dead?
Sorry, the new movie is done with Batista as the main character.
Oh, Zack Snyder?
Oh.
His name's Batista Jr.
No,
let me just go ahead. No. Like I said, I'm very looking forward to him making more original stuff of his own with Netflix rather than actually, try to keep adapting these things that are not really, fitting of his style. Just don't write the script yourself, Zach, please, like you did for Sucker Punch.
Well, he's co-writing the script.
Okay. I don't think Zack Snyder is inherently a bad writer either, but it's like you said, it depends with context.
To be fair, the movie they mentioned with that seems to be very more for comedy than anything, so we'll see how that turns out.
Wait. Well, really? Huh.
Yes. It's a zombie movie, but it seems to be more lighthearted.
Well, it's probably going to be something more akin to...
Let's not forget that Zack Snyder did have a bit of a hand on the story of the original Wonder Woman flick.
Anyway, let's check back.
Apparently in that film page, where Zack Snyder is doing the cinematography by himself as well.
Well, that's not surprising.
Anyway, let's check back on what Rorschach is doing.
Oh, he's becoming the Masked, Theo.
Kinda.
Jim Carrey.
Sure.
Not that other one, I hope.
So yeah, let's try to stop that at first. Again, Rorschach prides on actually helping the people that no one else wants to help. Thank you for that boob shot. Huh. Things connected? Of course, the matchstick container, which has a name of a club. Was that like that common of a thing, Jova, back in the 20s and 30s?
Kinda.
I guess it would have made more easy for speakies to be found.
For a second there, I thought they were going to start the Halloween theme song.
No. Thankfully, Rorschach is very versatile. If a door is not open, he will find another way in.
You know what they say to you? Someone closes a door, God opens a window.
I prefer the quote from Full Metal Alchemist: if there is no door, I make one. Shit. This is a setup. Oh, there's the detective from the beginning.
Well, crud. Yes, Rorschach, you just got played by like a damn fiddle.
Hey, maybe if I told them the truth, why they were.
Oh boy. So yeah, it's Rorschach
Have we ever
versus...
seen him unmasked or no?
we will actually see him soon enough, Dej. But in a way, yes, we actually have seen him unmasked before, without his mask. This would be kind of like a, oh, so that's who he was a moment. It's just one guy against a SWAT team. What's the worst he could do? Surprise!
Ha! Instant flamethrower.
Works every time.
Thankfully. Oh.
And they say that domestic violence never happens.
Bunk. Thankfully, that guy should hopefully be able to put himself out.
Yeah, Rorschach also has his own code about weapons. He doesn't use guns, but he had that special pistol, grappling hook, that was gifted to him by Night Owl that he normally use, for traversing high distances, but did work well as a projectile.
I don't use guns.
Shit.
But,
unfortunately,
I'm not against using a flamethrower occasionally.
Unfortunately, he's still just one guy against an entire police force.
It's like it's like with Daredevil season 2.
Hold on, Dedra, it's the moment of reveal. He is the guy that was going around with the end is near sign.
Dun, dun, dun.
Walter Kovacs.
We will also learn about his backstory soon enough too.
Yeah, but it's like in Daredevil season 2 where everyone's like, killing is fine, killing is fine. And killing is not fine, but throwing that guy off down the staircase, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure he'll walk it off.
Now that I think about it, and considering what we've heard from David Ayer and the other people involved, I get the feeling the original Ayer cut of Suicide Squad probably would have been somewhat similar to this movie, where it would be quite longer and would gradually introduce every character with his own flashback sequences.
Probably.
And you think that would have been better, probably?
Obviously, instead of the stupid, oh, here's the character's bio screen for you to read. Like, you have 10 seconds to read. Like, because according to David Ayer, his cut is much darker, much different than the one that came out already.
Anyway, let's check back to our sailor that now has eaten raw meat. from a seagull. Ew.
Hashtag release the Ayer cut.
Why not?
Well, actually, there's already plenty of people with that.
Yeah,
so-
I know.
He's seen better days. No, don't drink salt water!
Sadly, he has no choice. You might probably could have not, put it from one of the corpse pits. And yeah, well, this was it to be expected, but our character is starting to go a bit cuckoo.
Do you actually start to go insane once you drink salt water, or does it just
Okay.
not help you?
I'd
It's
say
more of a side effect. What salted water does is dehydrate you, ironically enough, meaning that your brain doesn't function nicely as a result.
that said, though, I'd say it's a combination of that mixed with the isolation.
That too. It's a symptom that seemingly happens to basically that this kind of thing happens to whenever our body is in huge stress condition, not just drinking salt water, but also hypothermia or excessive heat.
Interesting.
That's the thing, Dej. Our conscience is just one step away from being blown away by this kind of stress. Sure. Sure. That's another thing with Alan Moore. The guy knows where to inject the comedy in some bits, but he usually reserves it to be snark or dark humor. Okay, here's one bit. Okay, I don't remember how much the director's cut fixes this, but the theatrical cut gives up plenty of a backstory also to this particular character, the psychiatrist who talks to Rorschach. Sadly, at least the theatrical cut excised away most of it. And I don't remember how much of it is implemented for this one, so we'll see. Needless to say, he's also a character in his own right, and we get a bit of Hannibal vibes here by having the psychiatrist start to doubt his own feelings after talking to Rorschach and asking, how he became what he is right now.
If this were a lighter-hearted film, when he asks him his name, Walter would be like, "Yeah, my name's Walter. As in Walter you're talking about." Some horrible pun like that.
Turns out Rorschach was the kid that we saw in the montage at the beginning, and his mother was a prostitute. And she wasn't exactly Mother of the Year material.
Have you guys played the video game based off this movie?
I know it existed, but I never managed to find it.
Never got around to that, no.
It's called, for those who don't know, there's a prequel to this film in the form of a video game called Watchmen: The End Is Nigh, who, funnily enough, also had its music done by Tyler Bates.
And yeah, being red-headed, Rorschach was also a victim of prejudice and bullying and all the such. But he learned from a young age that if you want something, you best defend yourself. But the thing is that he exaggerated a bit.
A bit.
He literally...
Mike Tyson would be proud.
That's the thing, Dad. He bit off the cheek, not the ear.
Yeah, I know. Mike Tyson would still be impressed.
So here's how it...
I gotta hand it to you guys. This Rorschach guy, he's pretty tough. I wouldn't want to mess with him in the ring.
So here's the thing. Rorschach is essentially kind of like a dominant personality to this guy. This guy essentially used Rorschach as a coping mechanism, but he has has never always been like this. So we'll see exactly what happened to him later. Also, much like with Sucker Punch, I think I have to notice that for some particular dialogue, the sound mixing makes the voices way too low.
This is the problem with sometimes Zack Snyder loves to put his songs in. Sometimes he puts them too loud. Like Zach, turn down your iPod.
Not just that, I'm talking mostly about the dialogue, not just the music. But here's the thing. In the comic, the visits with the psychiatrist are actually diluted. Rorschach gets to visit him only a bit, a bit here and there, and only in a later date he reveals this backstory we're seeing. Here, they had him telling it all the time. It's kind of a mistake, if I had to say, because, again, this contributes to the psychiatrist storyline in a sense that the more time passes, the more the psychiatrist gets disturbed about what Rorschach says and starts to doubt his own profession. But here's what happened. Until this point, Rorschach had done his vigilantism, but it was still nice in the end. He still had his code. He knew he managed to be friends with Night Owl and everything. This is the night that changed everything. Because, he found someone who literally burned these victims, a minor girl, into his stove and gave the rest to his dogs. Yeah. One thing that's also excised from this adaptation is how he actually got the actual mask, the latex mask. Essentially, it was a prototype clothing done by Dr. Manhattan, but he was supposed to deliver to an Italian immigrant, Kitty Genovese. The problem is that the girl was actually raped and murdered in front of her entire neighborhood, and nobody bat an eye. Rorschach decided to become a hero because of that, actually. Let's just say that this guy is in for a surprise when he gets back home.
Maybe that was excised from this adaptation too, because that was probably one of the few scenes that Warner Bros. Was like, yeah, sorry, Zach, we're not going to let you shoot that.
Actually, that's the thing, Pedro. We got this, but we didn't have that part. Mind you, in the comic, it's not even visually showcased. What we see is the neighborhood just standing there and watching Rorschach narrating like usual. I don't believe for like a 1 minute explanation would have been fine telling him that.
I guess.
So Rorschach is more of a tragic hero than anything.
True. It still doesn't change. It still doesn't change his, the questioning of his method. But there's a reason why he does that.
His actor looks a bit like David Cage.
Well, stop.
Yes, he does.
Please feel my emotions.
Please stop, because the treatment of women and whatnot.
Yeah.
God.
That's what happened to him. Like, he went insane. That's just interesting because I wouldn't be surprised if David is a fan of this movie, because he loves the kind of shit happens in this movie.
So now
he's against violence.
Oh yeah, clearly.
And guns. So Rorschach now is gonna play Jigsaw for this part. He has this guy chained to his stove. Then he will have some fun with him. Sure.
You have to pull the wall. You have to arrest me.
Yeah, this is brutality. You can't do it.
Wrong, villain. This is not a brutality. This is a fatality.
Dun, dun, dun.
And again, it's also noticeable the fact you can see the fact that Rorschach snaps. Okay, in the comic, it was actually more cathartic in a way. That it was more the fact that he left him on the stove and literally burned the place and told him, if you want to actually leave, cut off your hand. But here instead is more brutal with this to showcase the fact that he snapped. I have to say, I do prefer a bit more the comic book version because it made a bit more sense. But I can understand, that this alternative still works for the character. It's just a different way to imagine that. Yeah, Rorschach reasoning is that there is no fate, there is no God. It's just us being dicks to each other.
He's the guy that you understand where he's coming from, but it's like
You still can't agree with him.
Yes, especially considering that Batman also deals with this stuff as well.
Basically, Rorschach is what would happen if Batman
surrendered, essentially. The thing that he says in Under the Red Hood, stepping over the line.
It's too easy, yeah. Oh, wait, are we about to get the iconic scene?
Yes.
Oh, goody.
Let's just say that Rorschach doesn't take kindly having, actual convicted people near him.
Oh!
Jesus!
Wow.
Faith, brutality.
Kind of. There you go, Drova.
You're locked in here with me!
Well, that happened.
I think Dan is probably the only one who came out of sound mind from this whole business.
Yeah, and we'll say not completely. He still basically got his usual self-guilt out of fucking nowhere, but arguably is the one that actually got better out of all of his mess.
I mean, self-guilt is pretty normal,
especially for superheroes.
There you go. His own personal mini spaceship. We'll actually tell how it's called later.
Look, it has big eyes, like an owl. Theming.
3 settings: light, missile, and flame.
Just like the good old days.
Yeah, the good old days.
You
don't fire the missile.
To press the red button. Jesus!
What happened? Did she set herself on fire?
She pressed the flamethrower button.
I thought it was going to end up. Oh, by the way, she set herself on fire by accident.
Thankfully, no, we don't do that. Shit happened.
Well, you were right there, hot fire.
Of course.
Hilarious. Archimedes.
Oh, for Archie Comics.
Essentially, yeah, Night Owl takes inspiration from Archimedes, the pet owl of Merlin. Yes, it was a thing even before Sword in the Stone. And became essentially a giant man-child, yeah. And that's why he chose to become the second Night Owl.
Yeah, I became Nightwing. I mean, Owl.
How about Nighthawk? Oh, wait, that's taken from Marvel.
Yeah.
How about Harvey Birdman? No.
Well, it's Hanna-Barbera, so not too far from DC.
Did you read that Flintstones comic written by Ken Pontac?
You mean the new one, the one that's more serious in tone?
Yeah.
Yes,
no,
actually.
I think he wrote Wacky Racers. the series.
No, the Flintstones comic you're talking about, I actually really like it. It is surprisingly mature and deep. It talks a lot about subjects like society, racism, and believe it or not, marriage and what it means.
But Tio, Flintstones is meant to be a family-friendly property.
I guess that's what makes it more surprising for me. But anyway, goggles with night vision and fingerprint recognition. Yes.
I found out why Paramount were involved in this movie. Just because Paramount had the film of Watchmen in the works, with Michael Bay apparently being considered to direct.
Oh. Look, I will have Zack Snyder over Michael Bay every single day. Sorry.
Yes.
Ultimately, because of them constantly trading in directors in and out, and people being Darren Aronofsky, Paul Greengrass, Paramount put it on turnaround, and so Warner Brothers got it. But because Paramount already spent a few million on the movie before, Warner Brothers and Paramount reached a deal where Paramount would get international distribution of the movie. Hence why, at least in my version, the Paramount logo comes first before
Gets stopped
building.
25% of the film's ownership.
Wait.
Whoa. Time to set some
Dr.
new flames
Manhattan
alight.
sees a lot of things, but can he see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
I don't know, Dej. I don't know.
Was Cinnamon Toast Crunch even a thing in this time?
We have, in terms of...
What year is this?
It's set in the 80s.
Then yeah, more
Joe,
than likely.
Are you talking about a cereal?
Yes, the cereal.
Well, that's the thing, that we have a cinnamon cereal here, but it's called Cinnamon Grahams. And there's another one called Golden Grahams.
Those glasses have very good reflection.
All right, I need to ask.
Yes.
I need a serious answer from
Go
all
on.
of you. What if Zack Snyder directed a pornography?
Why not?
Sure, why not?
I can see him doing that, actually.
Yeah,
He's good at cinematography. Why not? Hell, there's a story I think about Alan Moore's wife that deals with pornography. You could adapt that.
Honestly, pornos can still have good stories in them. They just have extra cheesecake, is all.
Unfortunately, Dan has a bit of a problem. Impotence. Yeah.
God damn it.
Oh, what's wrong with him again?
Let's just say that he's not really in shape.
Has he got erectile dysfunction?
Yes. Let's just say that he needs a bit more conviction for that. More on that later.
Don't say that. The last person that said that in a movie ended up dead.
What?
Or at least someone related to them ended up dead.
Actually, I'm curious, Lips, what are you referencing?
Wait till we get to a certain Bond movie.
Okay. Meanwhile, back in prison, there's an old villain from Rorschach. Small word.
Hey, it's the guy from Joker.
So it's time for some revenge. Ooh. Now it's time for a dream sequence, and it's bizarre. Just say that.
Well, it's a dream sequence.
Mm-hmm. For the record, yes, this is also in the comic, pretty much almost in its entirety.
Making love on Mars. Nah, I don't need to try that sometime. Hello. We do it with the costumes on, damn it.
All the while the nuclear explosions go off. How romantic.
Oh yeah, burning love.
Zack Snyder's
Isn't this how Rogue One ends, kinda?
Yeah.
No, they don't kiss because Disney are cowards.
And I guess the difference is that I actually know enough about the characters to care about them. Boom! Hey! So,
That happened.
was it good for you?
Meanwhile,
So from
our
sex
sailor
to
is
death.
still an impasse.
Oh, for God's sake, really? We're back here? Okay.
Well, that's the thing that sorry, Dweebs. We have a new conflict for our poor sailors. Well, it turns out when you attach corpses to your raft, they tend to attract the things that want to eat them.
That being said, though, I can see why in the regular extended cut release of this movie, this was relegated to like the extras. Every time this shows up, I keep thinking someone just got bored and changed the channel.
Why, you son of a...
Ooh.
Jesus.
Hey, cool, instant motor.
Pretty much. He allows the shark to propel him towards his destination. Well, sorta.
Well, congrats, dude. You just killed a shark. Don't think his friends appreciate that as much.
That's an odd wheel, son.
Hey, cool, boat.
Shark boat.
The shark boat.
But this shark doesn't explode.
Well, we didn't load him with enough TNT.
Don't you mean the shark repellent?
The shark get bored of this story too.
But that's the thing, Tio. Back then, it was a shark made to explode. Yeah.
Again, this is a pirate story that is more psychological than anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that, again, even in the moment of fall, he still worries about his hometown and his family. That's what motivates him. Yes, everyone is dead, Dave. Cool story, bro.
I'm not quite sure I can help you. You think?
Yeah.
It's okay, it was just a hallucination.
But...
Okay. The film.
There are the notes.
the film realized, hey, you're being sidetracked here. Get back to the main story.
Jesus.
Man, how you gonna go out there in public with that haircut?
It was a fad. Stay classy.
Ah, so is that what Zack Snyder sees comic books?
Well, more on that later.
Well, it's kind of part of the source of this is the anti-comic book.
I know, but just like I feel like that's how he sees them. All the comic books that aren't deconstructions.
I don't think he sees them that way.
Well, we'll have to see how the future holds on that front, Jova. Anyway.
Yeah. You can only ponder the stuff by standing buck naked in front of your old costume.
From your costume, yeah.
God, it's like that one meme. The guy just standing naked in the shower.
Yeah, why not? Let's do some vigilantism.
I thought Archie was dead.
No. Well, it's their ship, so we're treating it kind of like that.
So first we had sex, then we do crime fighting. I guess sex is good for exercise, so it'll keep you in shape.
There we go.
Speaking from experience?
Maybe.
He didn't say no. That's not no.
Well, surprisingly enough, the costume still fits him.
I'm Batman.
Technically Owlman, so yeah, I guess Batman.
Oh no, this is the crime syndicate.
Yeah, so far I'm gonna be my least favorite character so far.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Weaves? You cut out for a second.
My least favorite character so far is that one. Just on
Silk
the screen.
Spectre.
Yeah.
We're
Mainly
gonna get a
because-
bit more development of her for the climax.
I mean, she's got the least interesting story. Barely leaves. much
Actually,
impact on it.
that's more on that for later, but sure, keep that in mind.
Oh, snap.
Anyway, there you go. There's a fire, so let's do some heroic act and help the people there.
All right, don't worry, people. I've got this. Quick, pull the jet fuel on it. Oh shit! No, wait, no.
This is also another thing that I think helps the story in its own right. The words he presents, yes, it's still a deconstruction and bleak, but it doesn't shy away of presenting also still some actual act of good heroism. You know.
Mm-hmm. This is part of why Night Owl is my favorite of the characters. Yes, a lot of them do have interesting character moments, and you could argue maybe he's the most typical for a hero, but in a way, it's kind of like the same reason why I really like Superman here. Sometimes nothing beats someone who just wants to be a straight-up hero. Yes, he does have his flaws still, but he's a guy who does not let any of that nihilistic bullcrap get into the way of being a hero or use it as an excuse to suddenly go all whack job crazy like the likes of Comedian or Rorschach did.
He still has conflict in form of his insecurities, you know. But at least the story presents the fact that when he actually starts believing more in himself, it pays off instead of, turning against him.
That too, yeah. It's so good. Like, that's the thing. Despite being a deconstruction, this story still lets, the good old tropes have their moments as opposed to going, no, you're all stupid, and, oh, this is not realistic.
Exactly.
Sorry, what'd I miss?
The little girl is like, is that guy Jesus?
Yeah.
Okay, to be fair, I don't remember if that happens in the comic as well. And trailer shot.
They flat out said it in this one, so yeah, there we are. Is Lethal, which is the original. But to be fair, this was written by two of Alexi and David Hayter of all people.
Yeah.
It definitely does have a few story beats similar to the X-Men movie, so I can definitely see where David Hayter may have stepped in here and there.
Yeah, might as well. So in a way, Night Owl has inherited a bit of everyone. A bit of Rorschach, a bit of Dr. Manhattan, a bit of a comedian. But he still managed to maintain his ideal.
And I see now he's about to absorb a bit of Silver Spectre.
Well, let's just say that, yeah, let's put things on standby for the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't remember which specific song is this.
And they accidentally hit the eject button and fall off. Whoops.
You're close, Dej, in a way, but wait and see. Oh, it's very good. It's Hallelujah. The same one. Yes, the same one that was used in Shrek.
No, this is the same version of Hallelujah that was in the Snyder Cut.
It's a reference to this.
You're
but
doing
yeah,
it.
turns out doing vigilantism cures your impotence. I guess that was the message of the movie.
Well, you see it here. You see it here. That's what Roy Harper was missing during Rise of Arsenal.
Of course.
Apparently, you know the reason why there's sex scenes in the movie?
What?
Executives.
To be fair, they're also in the comic, actually almost 1-to-1. So...
Apparently, it says there the executives wanted a steamy sex scene. Zack Snyder and crew placated by accentuating it with Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah.
Fitting.
So, and that's under the TV trope writer revolt. But basically, they're like, there, you got your sex scene, but you have to listen to Hallelujah.
It's actually like,
wait.
I want to go back to people killing each other.
And then the executives are like, yeah. So I can imagine Zack Snyder's like, aha, now you have to listen to this song.
Long Dej, wait for
don't
it.
Press the mute button.
Damn it! Woo! Climax!
I love it.
I've got nothing.
Subtle.
Like I said.
All the while, the poor guy who got fried dies.
Oh.
Wait, really?
Yes, because now it's time for the prison revolt, which means that Rorschach has to get away again. It's just one guy, but this time against an entire prison break.
Well, I mean, Deji, he did get burned to a crisp.
So, how will Rorschach get out of this one?
Guys?
Ooh.
What?
Ooh. Shit. Sadly, they have to cut off his arms.
Oh. You know, we could cut around the other bit, but...
No, that's the thing, that's the only way.
Yep.
Ugh. I just love that trope where there's
clearly and he instantly dies from that.
Actually, no, Dweebs.
I was just gonna say,
there's not another way, is the thing.
You know, that's the thing, though. I never really liked that trope. Oh, there is no other way. You clearly see on screen there are like a million other ways to do this, to do something.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what my problem with Superman's death in BVS. Yeah, I gotta sacrifice myself to save us all, even though there's like a million other ways we could do this. Like, you know, have Wonder Woman stab him.
Hell, it's the same thing with Zod's death in the end of Man of Steel.
Oh yeah,
and with Harry's death in Spider-Man 3.
What? Well, Harry's death was something that happened as a complication.
Okay, I mean, Rusty, didn't he chose to self-sacrifice?
Yeah, I know, but there's like a million other ways you could...
I mean...
I'll need to rewatch the movie.
To be fair with Harry's death, that was like literally a spur-of-the-moment sort of thing.
So now, how does Rorschach deal with the second guy? Yeah, you want to step away from that. Beep. Ooh.
Oh.
That's your Bond one-liner, I guess.
Yeah, you might want to run.
Okay, time for a jailbreak.
The ship. It reminds me of that one superhero Rocketeer or whatever his name was.
Rocketeer.
Yeah, it is a bit of a similar design.
Did they get a movie?
Sorry?
Rocketeer.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it this way: it's from the director of First Avenger, and
Yeah.
it looks pretty. And once again, Joe Johnson does a great job capturing the 1940s.
Okay, I actually don't like this scene because this is a movie exclusive kind of thing. Again, the entire backstory, extra story of the psychiatrist is excised, and now we have Rorschach terrorize him, even though that's not what happens in the comic. Rorschach pretty much did not care about the guy, but now instead, essentially pisses him off like that. It's weird. Oof.
Anyone else want to have a go?
And yes, Dutch, in case you're wondering, this particular bit of score is what inspired also the Wonder Woman theme from BBS.
Okay.
Ooh. I think it says something that the guy who gets taken out with a groin kick probably has it better than the others.
Mm-hmm.
Smart guy. Just stay in your cell and wait it out.
Fight.
Anyone else?
Damn, is sex really that much of a power-up?
I guess. Hmm.
You're welcome, by the way.
Duh. Wolf. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Of all times.
Yeah, please excuse me. Well, at least he's
I just say
polite
that
about
he has a big third flush. Thankfully, we are kind of.
How come they're not stopping him?
No, we're just like, well, let him have it, I guess.
Is that a
Bye.
reference?
So, that was profitable, but the question is, now what? Sex. Shit.
Oh, come on!
We can explain.
Yes!
Aye.
But no, surprisingly enough, it's not for that. John wants to talk to Silk Spectre alone on Mars and wants to discuss things.
How's he gonna breathe?
You will see, Dweebs. We actually addressed that. It's interesting, Dweebs. So far, a lot of the questions that you asked actually it's something that the movie does answer. Oh god, I'm getting Red Earth flashbacks. Red Planet, sorry.
Sometimes she should have been dead in 3 seconds.
Again, it showcases how he's literally a bit losing his humanity.
Now that's all it means to. Like,
Oh my god!
She shouldn't be able to survive even those 3 seconds.
Oh my god, he's creating the Lionsgate logo.
Kind of. Also, I can tell you, Dweebs, no, she could survive for a bit.
Oh god, really? We're going back to this?
Actually, no, I think I recall correctly, it's time for a scene that should have not been deleted from the theatrical cut, that is also very important. The Nuts will decide to storm Night Owl the First's house out of just pettiness.
To try and lure out.
Not just that, just because we want to be dicks.
And for vengeance sake.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a bit of an implication that the original Night Owl and the original Silk Spectre might have had a bit of a thing back in the day, but it never went, that much further. But instead, it's their respective legacy characters that actually have the kind of relationship. If I recall correctly, this is what TV tropes called Generation Xerox.
Hmm.
Oh
dear.
Must be the pizza delivery.
Oh boy. I don't think they want an autograph.
Shit.
Oh.
And yeah, the guy was able to throw punches back in the day, but he's still an old man against a bunch of punks. Okay, I also know this particular piece of music, but I forgot what in the specific title is. Again, this should have been the theatrical cut. I have no idea why they decided to cut this piece away.
Seriously, this...
Time?
But that's the thing, though. I mean, time schmime, if a scene is important, leave it in.
Like I mentioned... where's Moloch, younger Moloch? Like I mentioned...
Yeah. Now you know how I feel about why they changed Saruman's fate in the...
Yeah, that's exactly also my point.
The regular version, anyway.
Like I mentioned also in the Two Towers Waves, I do believe there is other stuff in the movie that can instead be cut away in favor of having this one. Therefore, the length is not compromised that much, and you have a better constructed movie. It's a matter of people who decided what needs to go in and go out, and what their judgment is. And judging by how these different theatrical cuts have been so far, that is to say, a lot of people have sadly poor judgment. Anyway, we're about to get a bit of an important scene which reinforces a bit the bromance between Rorschach and Night Owl, actually. Oh. There you go. One surprising moment of humanity from Rorschach.
Yeah, and it took 2.5 hours.
No, that's the thing, Dweebs.
Left.
That's the thing, Dweebs. It took someone finally snapping at him. Someone we consider an actual friend snapping at him. Alan Moore showcased also this kinda as a hint that if this group was more honest to each other, Rorschach would probably be less of an asshole. That's just a thought.
It's sort of also a tying back to the old guard here and there. Like, there was definitely stuff where they were keeping up stuff for a face here and there, but man, if members had been called out more on their crap here and there earlier before it was too late, possibly a lot more things could have been prevented.
Oh boy, someone knows about Pyramid. Yeah,
Better
you
man
must
have
be
tried.
This scene also was extended to reflect what we just saw, the death of the first Night Owl, because now the second Night Owl is about to learn it the hard way. Yeah. Oh, the ex-girlfriend of Dr. Manhattan. That's another good thing about this comic. It still is a legitimately mystery that you get to figure out along with the other characters. And when the pieces finally connect, you're not like, oh, this is bullshit, but more like, oh, this is what it meant. That makes sense.
Like, think about it. Even if Jenny Slate really does think that Dr. Manhattan did what he did to her, isn't it a little too convenient that she came in on that interview by this one reporter guy who just happens to know all the ins and outs? Like, yeah, reporters can snoop a lot, but...
Yeah, the Knots are in trouble now.
Well, mate, if you're not careful, you're going to be the one committing a murder.
And that's the thing, you will see in a second. He's literally knocked his teeth out. Yeah, it's Rorschach the one that has to tell him to stop.
He's like, alright, man, you're too crazy.
Leave that shit to me.
Damn, you're too crazy for
That's the thing, though. He knows that if he were to do that in front of civilians, the legacy of Night Owl, who's quite possibly
will
the
be
one...
tainted.
And remember, Night Owl is supposed to be the one sane man. If he goes, then the entire team is definitely never going to come back from that. Like, at all.
So I see what a certain race recently.
Oh?
Again, I won't mention it because spoilers for another show.
Oh, yeah.
I guess.
Huh? We can't prevent it. Terminator Dark Fate will be a thing.
No.
Judgment Day is inevitable.
No.
Actually, according to Dark Fate, no, it will be inevitable, but not by that regard. Like, okay, look, I said it before and I'll say it again. It was Terminator Dark Fate that actually made me agree with Teal that the machines won. Like...
Well, yeah, you're not human, actually.
Because, he would probably win a fight anyway.
Yeah, all he'd have to do is teleport to space and bam, he wins.
And yeah, just like he said, you can see his past, present, and future, but sometimes he doesn't even realize that, meaning that the phrase still took him by surprise. Because you're better than that? Just throwing it out.
What if this guy kind of makes me think of if Superman just completely shut down.
Kinda.
Okay, there are a couple of Elseworld stories that kind of handle that.
I guess he means the kind where Superman becomes nihilistic because of his powers.
Instead of just being evil, yeah, I know. Yes, the CGI impressive, I know.
I'll admit, these effects do hold up despite this movie being made in 2009.
Better than that other superhero movie that came out that year.
Yeah. X-Men Origins.
And mind you, that one had Industrial Light and Magic to handle things out.
This does not please the Nixon.
No one can lick my dick.
Defcon 1 means everyone dies, by the way.
That was actually his campaign.
I was going to ask, does Defcon 1 mean we're all...
Everybody dies, yes. Alright, let's search Ozymandias' office for clues.
Talking about...
And in case you think I'm making this up,
what?
Here you go.
Yeah. How do all the pieces connect?
Yeah.
Oh no, floppy disks.
Floppy disk.
In true comic book tradition, floppy disk was
turns
so
out
over.
Dr. Manhattan wasn't giving people cancer. It was this pyramid thing.
They developed a machine to give people cancer.
Let's see the password. Yeah, Ozymandias is too clever.
Nope. It's not password, is it?
No.
So wait. I looked away. What happened? They developed a cancer machine or something?
They
basically
work for this industry called Pyramid, and unconscious to them, they got cancer from that for working there, and they got told that it was Dr. Manhattan doing that.
Yeah.
Does Dr. Manhattan even have cancer?
No,
that's
he
a
doesn't.
possibility that people question because he might have been radioactive and preying on people's fear and all. Let's see, Ramses II. Really, Ozymandias? That kind of password for your system?
Hey, dude, when you got a gimmick, you gotta commit to it.
Let's see what's on Pyramid.
Wait.
That doesn't make any sense. Oh, there you go. All these people work for Pyramid, which is a parent company of Vite, meaning that Ozymandias was hiring these people.
Turns out the one guy who we thought was our proper leader may have been the bad guy all along.
You mean Lex Luthor is actually the bad guy?
Well, that's the thing. He was supposed to be Lex Luthor, but a good guy.
And now we're gonna have another
deconstruction of a deconstruction.
Yes.
Warm. And now we're gonna have another kind of establishing character moment for Ozymandias.
How nice! They're saluting us for watching the movie. Oh.
Yeah, he has a base where he built a reactor built by Dr. Manhattan himself.
So he's the villain now?
He was
Pretty
always,
much, but
always, he was...
it's
well, not
mind you, always has been.
Yeah.
But it's not just as obvious. We're still left with a good chunk of the movie to develop what he's supposed to do and what are his motivations.
Oh, let me guess. Is he gonna kill all his henchmen because he's paranoid? Try and take.
First he's gonna gas them.
Yeah, I thought so.
Also, his CGI pet tiger. That's a cutie.
Yeah, I do we do that. A guy like him sharing.
Okay,
Sorry,
this is different.
I think I cut out that. Now I was saying a guy like
No,
him
we heard
sharing
you.
his rule. That happen.
Okay, in the movie, this is different. Here in the movie, just atomizes them using the same product that built Dr. Manhattan. In the book, in the comic book, he actually leaves them, he gases them, but then opens the dome where they are. Since they are in Antarctica, he actually allows the snow to actually kill them with hypothermia. Anyway, plot point for later, Rorschach leaves his diary, which documents everything, including his final patch that tells that Ozymandias is behind everything, and tries to leave it to a newspaper, hoping someone will actually read it. 4 days before the 5th of November.
Soviets invade Afghanistan.
This is also the moment where the newspaper shop owner actually established a bit of more of a friendship with the kid who reads the Black Writer comic. In the comic, he also gives him his hat. I forgot if he does it the same here. There's also a thing that is excised. A group of people that actually visits this guy is a girl who was part of the Knots and had a relationship with another girl, but then she left her, and the two also had a bit of a fight. Anyway, our sailor is finally
Land ho! Because death won't let you go, son. Death will not let you go.
was dead all along. I can tell you that.
I hit
It's
myself
4 years
for
ago, by the
myself.
way. No. Sure. Hmm.
Well,
That's a turn off. Hey, high five.
Ah!
Wow. Never heard of that one before. Being cop blocked by a corpse.
You'd be surprised.
Well, like that lady was.
Bonk.
My wife betrayed me.
That's not his wife.
Betrayed me.
Everybody betrayed me. I'm fed
Nothing
up
to
of
see
this
here.
world.
Just a man coming in with his,
Please disperse. Nothing to see here.
Yep.
And now
She's
you probably
just-
start to see the picture. The guy just went too nuts and is just imagining things. Mind you, it's not like he's imagining him going back to his hometown. The thing is that he's only imagining, this paranoia about the pirates who were running it.
But the wife thing, I guess he imagined that too.
No.
Them being taken away by the Black Fighter, yes.
Yeah, as for the woman, that's
No,
not
I mean,
his
the one
wife.
that he just. Oh.
I got a theory for this bit.
Hmm.
Gerard Butler was doing a separate audiobook project for this story, but they decided to just put this in the movie. They just took the audio and put it in here and animated around it.
The family, yes. Oops. He accidentally actually killed
Yeah,
his wife.
that's the thing. It was his wife, but he thought she was just a pirate's whore.
Pirate.
Yeah.
You played yourself.
And he kind of ended up killing his son-in-law, it seems.
Again, it's a tragic story, but it's fascinating in how, this poor guy is victim of his own insanity.
It's kind of similar to, well, not so much insanity, more like obsession for the first God of War game.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. But it might be an S4 story, but I think the Guardians of War might still be present.
And the
Yeah,
Green Lantern Corps.
Yeah.
Oh, Thanagar's definitely going to know about this.
I think a baby is about to approach to Earth right now as we're speaking.
Macron
Yeah.
is probably gonna have a laugh in the background.
I think Darkseid needs the planet in order to fight.
No. Darkseid is just gonna watch the thing on his TV, and he's gonna force Desad to do nuclear popcorns for the rest of the evening.
And then he realized, wait, that was where the antimatter life equation was.
Shit.
God damn it! That's the plot point in Justice League, by the way.
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't go all dictionary on me.
Pedanticness does not fit the situation. That's because we haven't seen the full picture. You will be.
Okay.
So let's see what's the missing piece in all of this.
Yeah. I remember how I mentioned that Father's Day would be very, very awkward for her?
And again, this is another moment where you start thinking about it, it all makes sense, and yet it's still disturbing as fuck. But Mom... Yeah, that's what happened. The first Spectre later on decided to have this time consensual sex with the comedian, and the second Seal Spectre is the daughter from that.
So
Yeah.
she's the daughter of the
The comedian. This
Isn't that a joke?
Yeah, that's kind of it with Edge. But yeah, this is immensely fucked up. And yeah, this
Life's
is also
one big joke. And
yeah,
that's
this is
why
one.
he's the comedian. Brilliant, Alan Moore.
And yeah, this is also the symbolism. This revelation essentially shatters the precognition that is the Fortress of Solitude that Dr. Manhattan watched. Because, surprisingly enough, despite how disturbing this kind of revelation is, this is kind of the answer he was looking for.
Pity he couldn't use his powers to make those
Oh
effects
boy,
on
like
humans.
father, like daughter.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. Ah, what the heck? I'll laugh anyway. No.
Quoting Batman Beyond.
Fucking miracles, man.
You've got Batman Beyond on Blu-ray, actually. I think it's Batman.
Good show.
Neat.
Okay, this may appear a bit weird and twisted and kind of coming out of nowhere, but the reasoning that Dr. Manhattan has is the fact that an event like this, the fact that something so rotten like the comedian managed to have this event that produced someone like the Second Seal Spectre, which is instead, has as a much better person as well, is what Dr. Manhattan considers an actual miracle.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what convinces him about humanity.
So now Dr. Manhattan believes in humanity?
Because they're capable of more than he thought. Yeah.
So everyone who keeps quoting that famous scene of him saying, "I've had enough of humanity," completely misses the point.
More like we're quoting the part they want. It happens all the time.
So it's so like, oh my
Well,
god,
yeah,
I hate everything.
Dead,
that's the
don't
thing,
go
Deji.
quoting.
That's the thing, Deji. Just the thing, Deji. It's a different character, but apparently that exact same thing happened.
It's a smiley.
2019.
Okay, forgot which specific music is this. Because now it's time for...
Again, I'll keep it to
It's the
myself.
time for the final showdown in Antarctica.
Why Antarctica?
Wow, the Zack Snyder movie taking place in the...
The base works better with that cold environment.
Oh boy.
Shit.
Yeah, harsh cold. It does not mix well with a lot of engines.
No shit.
Come on, Archie, don't give up on me now.
Is that going to be the twist? They're building up the big action set piece, but the main heroes die before they get to
No,
it.
thankfully not. Also, Zach, you left that shot upside down.
Immersion there.
Well, actually, no, another superhero movie that's nearly about 9 years later.
So we will have to proceed with ski jets. Rorschach, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah. The cold never bothered me anyway.
Yeah.
Looks like
Yeah,
that movie
really
won't
wants
come out
to
for
avoid
another
doing a-
3 decades.
Okay, for some reason here they go by on foot. In the comic they actually have ski jets. Don't know why they excite those.
And then all of a sudden the submarine bursts down from underground, scatters everyone everywhere. Sorry, what?
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Oh.
No, actually, I was very
Also,
Fast and
Sylvester and
Furious 8.
Tweety, because
Yeah, I was
Warner
about to say
Bros.
that.
Also
And
Marvin the Martian.
Yeah,
Also Mad
basically,
Max.
Basically, TR was referring to Fast and...
Okay. Also 1984.
Are these all Warner Brothers movies?
Possible.
And maybe the...
Never forget the old classics. A camera hidden everywhere.
Ozymandias is a bit paranoid, but he can, as a result, he can be prepared.
I know that there's a. I don't know if it's in this movie, but I know like one of the Watchmen comics is like, oh, good. The villain's like, good job, you saved the day, but my plan has already been activated.
You'll see
great.
later.
Now
You'll see later.
Now
Ledge.
now the film's doing the whole. The guy's vegetarian. He's never killed anybody. Hitler was vegetarian.
Well, it's Rorschach who says that. Like, are you even surprised?
He's not wrong, though, in the sense that sometimes people are not what you expect them to be based off of how they present themselves.
Yeah, he is clearly... Like, I love him try to be super sneaky, but he clearly has already noticed Ben. Shit.
You do realize T cast a reflection.
Oof.
You didn't realize that, did you?
No.
Oof.
Ouch. Bunk. Damn exoskeleton.
That could have worked better.
Besides, comedian was an arsehole.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
And yeah, it was Ozymandias who killed the comedian. Here's the problem. There is an entire subplot where the movie, even the extended cut, completely cuts away, which is tied to what Ozymandias' ultimate plan is. And the comedian getting to know that was the entire reason why he was killed. Which is ultimately what shoots the final part of the movie in the foot, basically. Yeah, the entire thing about Dr. Manhattan was psychically manipulating him to get the fuck off the planet so he wouldn't stop him. And yes, Dweebs, the assassin attempt was faked out.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Ozymandias who gave him the cyanide pill.
So the guy didn't want to die, and he just was killed.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He also killed Moloch and framed Rorschach for it. But again, the big question is, for what purpose? What's the ultimate deal?
Take over the world?
No,
Please.
to make sure Richard Nixon loses the election.
That's
Wait.
sorry, dweebs. That's too simplistic of a motivation. Yeah.
They do it in this movie, don't they?
Oof. Why did we add a whip sound effect?
And again, it's like I said earlier.
Hold on, Dwibs. Just wait and see.
No, I was going to make a Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
Is Nixon still alive at this point?
Yes.
What? No, Nixon's dead.
No,
In
Nixon
this-
is
in the
still alive.
movie.
Oh, are you talking about in the
Yes.
movie? It sounded like you said in real life.
No. So, the idea of Ozymandias is to create the illusion that something else will destroy a lot of cities at the same time, which will unite the world in a common cause out of fear. Not with him as a tyrant, but essentially orchestrating the background.
So he is Lex Luthor.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
The only thing that's missing from Lex Luthor is that Lex Luthor would have chose to dominate the war personally. This guy,
yeah.
Ozymandias, does not want.
So basically, this guy was making one giant prank video.
Again, for him, it's the needs of the many outlives the needs of the few.
So what if a few people have to...
So-
And here's the thing. Here's the twist that everyone wants to quote.
Oh no.
Shit.
Rick!
And here's what changes from the comic book.
But he does the smart thing and enacts the plan.
No, yeah, and here's what changes from the original source material. In the source material, we get also another subplot that's extensive of some scientists creating something on an island. And at the climax, this thing gets teleported in New York. But we'll see what happens.
Oh, for God's sake.
Actually, we're about to reach the conclusion. The story's almost over on this front too, Dweebs.
But that was the bit I actually care about.
Actually, Dave, that's because we're about to see the end also of the subplot of the kid and the newspaper shop owner. And surprise, surprise, the Black Writer actually arrives.
And then the ship blew.
Surprisingly, no. In an ironic twist, since he thinks he has nowhere else to go, he will join the crew of Black Writer. The irony.
Nope.
New crew waits. You start to believe in pirate tales, gentlemen, because you're in one. And yeah, that's sadly how the story of the Black Writer ends.
Oh well. Next. Shut off bomb? What kind of ad is that? Wow, this guy. I know how this guy feels.
Excuse me. This is not a library. You can't
Yeah.
just-
Let's be best friends. Wonder if people.
Wow.
Zach,
Wow.
did you
There
not
you go.
learn
There's also
anything from this movie
there's also
that
the
you direct?
psychiatrist. And here's what happened. Like I said, all the minor subplots, like the psychiatrist, the knots, and the kid with the newspaper shop owner, converge at this precise moment in Times Square, I guess, when the thing that Ozymandias created teleports in New York. In here, sadly, it's just an explosion, nothing else.
Yeah.
And we disintegrate all characters. In the comic, we get this extensive set of 2-page spreads that extends for like a lot, that showcase that this gigantic squid-like creature that has killed everyone with a psychic impulse.
Yes, the slimy squid.
It's massively terrifying, and it showcased the scope with the idea of Ozymandias that he wanted to create an alien invasion, a fake alien invasion, to justify, the nations uniting. Here, instead, it's just an explosion, and Dr. Manhattan will be blamed for this.
You know what I still.
This is just wrong. I'm sorry.
You know what I still can't believe.
What?
Yes, sir?
Zack Snyder in this film treating the whole two people having the same name thing as a joke, yet he played this exact same thing seriously 7 years later.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Also, for the record, and yes, in the theatrical cut, you'll only get that shot of the kid, the newspaper shop owner, just holding out of nowhere. Again, with no build-up at all.
I mean, if you're going to die, might as well.
And yes, the bomb apparently essentially made sure that Dr. Manhattan could not teleport in time to save everyone. It created an actual interference with his powers.
Yeah, this is also my problem with the ending. It does Dr. Manhattan very dirty.
For no real reason. I really don't
Yeah.
understand what was the problem with the alien invasion. If you think the squid is too silly, make it like a giant robot or something. I don't know who dropped the ball here. If it was Zack Snyder or the executives at Warner Bros.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was an executive thing because while Zack Snyder does have his faults, he never seems like the guy who goes, "Oh, that's too silly to have in my movie" or anything like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I agree with that as well. Yeah.
So now that Dr. Manhattan is here, how will Ozymandias get out of this one? Looks familiar. Kitty.
Huh. Yeah, like that'll do anything.
Well, he's counting on it. Sadly, yeah, Bubastis will die as well. I'm sure that will kill Dr. Manhattan for good.
Uh-oh. Well, he took that like a champ. This problem we've seen is that there was a bit of a payoff before. Someone did mention that Ozymandias could stop a bullet with his hands, and this is supposed to be a payoff. Instead, here comes a bit out of nowhere.
Alas, he caught the bullet.
So,
grow up.
Wow, this character in a lot of ways right now feels like a mouthpiece for Snyder's view on superheroes.
Actually,
Well,
no,
grow up.
because he's the villain and he ends up getting proven wrong. So
No, I get that, Jova, but like the specific words like feel very much.
it doesn't help Jova that, as you can see,
Not to mention, Jova, let's not forget, we don't entirely know if Zack was okay with this ending.
not just that, Jova. Well, actually, no. The only thing that changes is the way it was presented. At the end of the day, the character of Ozymandias is the same.
I guess, sure.
Even that line.
Yeah.
No, the thing is that instead, at the end of the day, Ozymandias might be the villain, but he does succeeds in what he does. And supposedly the world is proven right as a result, quote unquote, for his methods. More on that later.
Not entirely, though, because, well...
Again, more on that later for the
yeah,
actual conclusion. Oop.
Oh no.
Again, it would have been so easy to fix. It's literally just a line. I really don't. Okay, to be fair, like I said, Dej, in the comic book, it was supposed to be a fake alien race to convince humanity that aliens were trying to invade, and humanity had to unite to prepare against them. But here instead, no, let's make Dr. Manhattan the villain. And mind you, Dr. Manhattan doesn't really have an excuse for, flying away from the face of the earth again after this. In the book, he just does because he believes humanity has, can live enough without him.
I mean, I can understand because it's like this all-powerful man that they kept using as a weapon suddenly betrayed them.
It does. It may do that, but again, doesn't make too much sense. And again, like Pedro said, it does the character of Dr. Manhattan dirty.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm of two minds with this one. Unlike the goddamn Galactus as a cloud bit, I can sort of see the reasoning for this to try and add more nuance to it and more detail to the plan here and there, and tying it more so into Dr. Manhattan because, yeah, I guess one could find it a bit weird that he still just up and leaves at the end of the original comic book line. Okay, one could argue this maybe does give more reason to that. But all the same, yeah, talk about a missing out of the slimy squid.
Okay, also, here's the important bit. White succeeded. He created a world united for a common cause, and Cold War and everything is over. The question that the character poses is that, do you want to agree on this piece founded upon a lie or not? And obviously, Rorschach doesn't want to do that one single bit. Night Owl in the comic also expressed directly that he agrees, that he's supposed to agree upon what Ozymandias said, ultimately bending to that, but Rorschach just doesn't want to be compromised by this. And as much of an asshole he is, I can see where he's coming from.
Same.
I mean, again, he's asshole has a point, along with the comedian.
That's kind of the beauty. That's the beauty in Alan Moore's work. Technically speaking, both Ozymandias, someone like Ozymandias, someone like Rorschach, are both right and both wrong at the same time. You, the reader, have to reach your own conclusion for this.
It does also go to stakes like with the comedian. Yeah, first we see him as a hero, then we see him as some of the worst bout of human filth you can imagine, but he was still human, for all the good or bad that provides.
So, unfortunately, Rorschach cannot be left to wonder.
It's a real shame that Steve Jobs died of Ligma.
Who the heck is Steve Jobs?
Steve Jobs.
That's kind of true too.
Mm-hmm. Rorschach is that kind of guy that reveals the thing that you knew all along, but you never wanted to be told in your face.
Yes. But he's not a hero. He's human, but not a hero.
Oh no.
In a way, it's also understandable. Rorschach, at worst, Rorschach just doesn't want to live in a world that's like this.
Do it, you immortal fuck.
And yeah, that's
Told
it.
me to do it.
Lick my balls.
Symbolism. And yeah, now Dr. Manhattan decides to leave off. But where to specifically? That's
Another
for the final
universe.
thought. Yes, as he said, maybe he will create life. Just maybe.
A rebirth, you might say.
Mm-hmm.
A new...
That was a terrible
Oh
segue.
no,
Love
he's
is sparkle.
sparkling! Man, Night Owl couldn't even say goodbye to one of his friends.
For a second, I thought it was going to blow her up.
I love Ozymandias, he's like, sure, come at me, bro.
Hug me.
criminals.
Calm down, Dan.
Again, that's the problem. He is right, technically. Night Owl is absolutely correct.
This is why Night Owl is my favorite character of the bunch here. Yeah, you've got all these people talking all big or whatnot, talking like, oh, humanity's the worst. Humanity's the best. Together we can do this or that. Night Owl's just the guy who actually does get it from the streets to the top, though. Like, yes, even what's supposedly the best option may not be worth it if you essentially have no regard for it. Yeah.
Again, like, yes, this is dandy and all, but again, you created a lie, and much like with any lie revealed showcase, when the other shoe will drop off, there will be consequences.
Oh, yes. Hey, it's like the comedian said earlier, justice is coming for all y'all. Depends on what kind of people you were.
Let's also say that Dr. Manhattan has also some final words for Ozymandias.
Dr. Manhattan comes back, kills him, then leaves.
Surprisingly, no. Okay.
Da 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 da.
So yeah, to wrap things up, let's have not just that. No, actually, let's have the second Seal Spectre tell to her mother that she knew everything about the comedian. It's this situation, like I said, the situation with the first Seal Spectre is a bit tight in order to talk about, and I don't think I'm the best person qualified to talk about this kind of subject of a rape victim that later on falls in love with the person responsible. Mind you, the movie does not portray this in like a whimsical kind of way. Sorry, the story. At least that's my interpretation.
I consider it to be Stockholm Syndrome.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
And
it is in a way.
What's also matter is the result. Again, the character that is the second Steel Spectre.
Like she yourself said.
Merry Christmas.
Well, I admit, you don't glow as much as your last boyfriend.
Hey! Hands off, mommy. Thank you. You need to know that.
Yes, all of Archie's systems are upgraded. Shall we fight some crime in the bedroom?
That's hot.
The irony.
In the end, though, who does watch The Watchmen?
I wonder.
The viewers.
No one in the cinema.
Oh, actually, I forgot. This particular line that Night Owl and Steel Spectre was talking about is instead told by Dr. Manhattan to Ozymandias, where he says to him, nothing else, nothing really ends, to give that bit of a doubt to him. And we see Ozymandias actually being concerned first, for the first time. And of course, his company will also help rebuilding the destroyed part of town.
And look.
But we have a small one final scene, something that definitely puts the ambiguity in the ending of a movie, because up until this point it has been pretty straightforward. Symbolism. Yeah, this is the same paper guy from before, remember?
Yep.
Oh, superintendent. Ew.
The irony. When a country united by peace, there's not much
Oh, this
news.
one.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure this Reagan guy will really make it that
Can
far.
you even imagine an actor being a president? Next you're gonna tell me that a showman is gonna be a president. And me. So, yeah, the boss is actually giving the rookie a chance. Take your pick. There you go. The book actually does end with Seymour plunging his hand into the basket, almost reaching the journal, so you're left a bit more ambiguous on that. But this works out too. So yeah, with this the movie ends. There's no post-credit scene, mind you. These were all just credits. So, before each of us give our final thoughts, well, each of us, before giving each of us our final thoughts, please respond to me. Well, not to me, but in general, give an answer to the question that Ozymandias' situation posed. Do you agree with the utopia that he has created? As in, you think a piece founded upon a lie is worth to build upon? Or do you agree with Rorschach that such a thing is, a blot upon humanity and should not be allowed to continue? Dweebs?
To be honest, I'm not really sure.
Well,
Probably
okay.
Be one of those.
What does your heart tell? I know it's a bit of a cheesy question, but
I just don't think radically changing humanity that's really gonna help.
well, that's a good answer. Go on with your final thoughts.
Change happens all the time. I get that, but such a radical shift is such a short amount of time. It's just gonna throw everything out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, Dweebs.
But yeah, overall, it's a pretty good movie overall. Being familiar with the comic, I really couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you about the ending.
Mm-hmm.
Really, my only two main gripes with it are some of Zack Snyder sometimes falling into a bit of his old trappings, like having weird dialogue at points. I know he didn't write it. I mean, he looked at the script and thought.
I can tell you that most of the dialogue is the same from the comic book.
Well, then maybe Alan Moore's a bit ropey with.
Oh, Alan Moore can be ropey with dialogue.
And yet he gets pissy whenever people make films.
Like I said, he may be a good writer, but he's also an old British grump.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
I don't know what to tell you. And also, I get that. And also, again, I swear that whole side thing with that animated film that should have just been left as a DVD or Blu-ray extra, because every time it shows up, it keeps stopping the movie in its tracks, and I'm like, damn it! I was just getting invested, and then you change the channel.
Apparently, Zack Snyder shares that complaint with you.
Yeah, it'd be like if I was watching Avengers Endgame, but it kept getting interrupted with Tony Stark's cartoon.
The Iron Man series.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh god, that's bad.
Imagine if we got to like the imagine if after Thor chopped Thanos' head off, the very next scene is an episode of the Iron Man cartoon.
So basically, what you're saying is that this is like how in the Star Wars Holiday Special, they're constantly interrupting the story to watch something else that's on TV.
Yeah,
basically.
That. So, oh my god. So basically, we've learned nothing. 1978.
I'll give him credit that at the very least the Black Freighter stuff does tie into the story. It's not apparent, but the themes do line up essentially. Someone who we think to be the hero turning out to be the villain and getting their comeuppance as a result of it.
What do you think of the score and the licensed songs, Reeves?
Well, I mean, half the score. What
Oh
I've
my
heard is-
god, David Cameron was in this movie.
And as for Tyler Bates's music, well, actually, no, I'm not going to give him props for making his own original stuff because he should have done that in 300.
Go
Um, but I mean, okay. Since he no longer does alleged plagiarism, it was okay. Nothing more than that, but fine. Well done. You can somehow make your own material. But please don't steal Elliot Golden next time, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Again, allegedly. As for the acting, the acting's pretty solid on board. The only one I'm really a huge fan of was the
Silk Spectre.
yeah,
the second.
Silk Spectre. She really does kind of stick out from everyone. Not really in a good way. It's like she's acting in a different movie from everyone else. And also, to be honest, I mean, I get that might be the point, but at times I think the monotone of Dr. Manhattan could be a bit sleep-inducing. It's like the actor was about to nod off.
Just pray he doesn't put you to sleep the physical way.
Yeah, no, I mean, if I saw this sleep,
Doctor Sleep, would you say?
well, actually, Jeff, if it were Doctor Sleep, I'd be dead by now. But I mean, the best actor in the movie, I think, is Jackie Earle Haley, and he's also my favorite character in this because, yeah,
Who does he
he's
play?
he's a
Rorschach.
complete
Ah.
yeah. Because yes, he's a complete psycho, but and no one should take after him and his beliefs and anything.
But you do enjoy watching him work, don't you?
Yes, and also the fact that he grows somewhat.
Okay, at the very least, be bothered to say co-created by Dave Gibbons. We just leave the Alan Moore bit.
Yeah, because I mean, if it had just said created by, because that's why I made that little joke earlier. Oh yeah, Dave Gibbons' Watchmen and no one else's.
But
That's why I said
yeah,
that earlier.
but
It's
yeah,
the co-created bit.
but yeah, I do see what you mean about Rorschach growing, seeing as how he does get that scene where he gets Night Owl to calm down, like, because he knows that if Night Owl goes off that deep end, there ain't no coming back.
Yeah, and also one of my favorite bits of the movie is when the main villain subverts the whole explaining their plan so he can stop them.
Mm-hmm.
There you go,
By the
Dwibs.
way, I've already done it.
There you go, Dwibs. It's what you've always wanted, a super genre savvy villain.
And it was
And
from a
also
Zack Snyder movie.
a subversion of your expectation, but you actually like.
Yeah, again, it's from Zack Snyder of all people.
Well, here's the thing, too. The whole subverting expectations thing, people mostly tend to get a problem with that from taking beloved established characters and completely doing what the new trilogy does and stuff like
I'm
that.
mostly talking about, Dweebs' perspective, but you're done, Dweebs?
Yeah. Anything else?
Would you be convinced to actually read the comic as a result? I can tell you, but you don't need any pre-knowledge. It's a one story, anyway.
Probably not. Although I am interested in checking out that miniseries, one that came out 10 years after this.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see the difference, because apparently I've heard, weird complaints about it being political aside. Apparently I've heard it's a pretty good show, which is surprising considering it's from Damon Lindelof.
Again,
Wow.
I haven't seen
Wow,
myself,
wow,
so we'll
wow.
see how it turns out.
Deji, I'm impressed. I say the name David. Legal way screaming.
Wait, what?
Don't.
Anyway, you're done, Dweebs?
Yeah, I'm done. Overall, it was a pretty solid film. I just wish Zack Snyder, please, and I wouldn't be so disappointed.
I do
Alright.
agree, yeah.
Danger, first, your answer to the question.
All right, so I feel like the funny thing about lies, the truth always comes out eventually.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's only a matter of time. So there was no point into doing any of this just for a fake peace.
So do you agree with Rorschach then?
Unfortunately,
Mhm.
I'm not saying 1-to-1, but at the same time, it's like this isn't how you should do things.
Sure. Like, perfectly fine. Also, the smiley logo is copyrighted?
Yep.
Weird.
Shit happens.
Sometimes, what was the phrase? Sometimes shit happens and who you're gonna call? Something like
Oh,
that.
hey, the 300 Spartans.
Rambo? There was footage from Rambo used in this?
Wheel of
I didn't
Fortune
even
as
know
well. Oh, and
I didn't
who's the
know.
boss?
Maybe some footage between someone zapping on a TV. Anyway, go on, Dad.
Overall, I kind of think this is probably the best Snyder film I've seen.
I mean, I wouldn't call that a bad thing. And, okay, I will say this 300 is also good, but this is probably even better.
Yeah, 300 was good when I was 12 years old.
Stop making us feel old, please.
Yeah. No, the point is, no, I'm not making you feel old. I'm saying I grew up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I found it to be entertaining. I understand why this property is beloved and whatnot, but I feel like everyone's trying too hard to do a deconstruction of a superhero genre that they kind of missed the point.
You gotta
of
love
Watchmen.
You gotta love the irony. The movie was initially a box office bomb, but it has grown in such popularity that, yeah, everyone wants to be like it now.
Vindicated by history.
It was the same thing.
I mean, look at Scott Pilgrim versus the World. That movie bombed, and now everyone likes it. It happens.
Wasn't the franchise
Well,
popular
actually,
before the movie though?
Actually, Dej, people have always liked the Scott Pilgrim movie. Yeah, it bombed at the box office, but people on the internet and critics and all that, they liked the movie always, even back in 2010.
Yeah. They liked it, but it's like more. It's gotten more of a following and better appreciation nowadays.
Essentially, the franchise has become more lucrative, I think is what he means.
Yes. Yeah, I'd say it's the reverse Avatar. But
Yes.
overall, yeah, I liked it. The characters were all well written. I want to read the comic because I know that's the definitive Watchmen experience.
Depending on who you ask, because believe it or not, there's quite a lot of people who argue that either the movie or the comic is the definitive one. And maybe a small fraction the HBO series, but that's been the minority of the three from what I've seen.
Yeah. I have nothing to say because I don't want to drag this any longer for your sake.
I have a minor trivia for you, Dan, just before I sign on to the next one, because we're raising trivia from TV tropes. Apparently, Scott Derrickson, the director of the Doctor Strange movie, considered this his favorite comic book movie of all time. Interesting.
Wow.
But anyway, Jova, the answer to the question first, please.
Okay. Let me take you back, or I guess ahead, to Dark Knight Rises. One of the few things I like about that movie is that it did show that trying to create peace based off of a lie, yeah, it seems like it's good at first. But as soon as that lie comes out, more often than not, it's just gonna make what was originally bad 10 times worse. Because then you've officially broken people's trust for future years to come, if not future generations, with the fear they're gonna instill on it. And who would be able to trust, like, ever again? Sure, yes, I'm very optimistic, folk, but it would do much more damage in the long run. So, as for who I would agree with Night Owl. Now, I know what you're probably thinking, but Night Owl initially agreed with Osmondius. Well, that's the thing, though. Night Owl, I feel, in the end, saw the light of why it was wrong. But he didn't completely agree with Rorschach either here and there. So like I said, I am right down the middle on this. I do realize that some things do require sacrifice, but we do have to consider what that sacrifice pertains to. And if it's something like sacrificing humanity, well, no, not like that. You do not go that route. Because the minute you start to view humans as nothing more than chess pieces on a board, that's when you essentially become a villain.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I would not agree with making peace based off of a lie because, hey, as soon as the other shoe drops, imagine the chaos when not only is peace broken, but the lie is exposed. Like, then how would you even be able to begin fixing that honey of a mess? And even better, history will not be kind to those who lied. Now, as for the movie itself, very good movie. Not without its flaws, though. Now, in regards to this ultimate cut, putting in the comic book bits, like I said, I get where people are coming from when they feel that it does bring the film screeching to a halt. But I am ultimately of the mind that they do serve the film well, and in regards to the ultimate cut, they put them in, I'd say, relatively fine enough points to try and line them up with events of the movie enough here and there. Now, as for the big controversy, on the one hand, I get it, to facilitate more about why Dr. Manhattan left. But man, did it sort of cheat us out of an awesome visual of a giant squid alien attack here.
Like I said also, Jovan, there's these, I don't know if you actually read the original comic or at least that bit, but there's also the impact that it provides. It starts out slowly because you see kind of from the exterior the tendrils, but again, the splash page is continually growing. You keep seeing the bodies pile up until you reach the actual face of the creature, and there's a literal mountain of corpses of all characters that we got to know thanks to the subplots. The Knots, the comic book shop owner, and the poor kid who was reading Tales of a Black Writer. The two lesbians of the subplot was excised that I mentioned, and the psychiatrist with his wife, which also subplot was excised. All these minor characters we got to know through the comic, gone in an instant through this horrible mess. It's such an impactful moment, and I can't believe Zack would have managed to put this on the big screen 1-to-1. I can't believe that. So
I believe it too. That's why I'm more believing that it would have been the executives who thought that a squid was too out there. Because, again, Zack definitely has his flaws, but it doesn't seem like the guy to shy away from some of the more wackier elements of a comic book for the movie's sake. Like, let's not forget, he made freaking 300, okay? That thing, to many people, is practically a living comic book in that regard. So, again, maybe it was Zack's decision, but for this one, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Regardless, like I said, unlike something like, say, the Mandarin being Guy Chase or the Galactus being a cloud, it doesn't ruin it for me because I do feel like it does succeed in providing a heavy enough event. I don't care for how we came about to it, but I at least see more reason to facilitate that here. Now that aside, though, there's a lot of great character study in this thing here and there, looking into how something as ugly as the comedian can produce something as good as Silk Spectre the Second, and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. Night Owl, like I said, is still my favorite character in this. Don't get me wrong, the others are cool, but Night Owl is a guy who manages to never betray his code overall. And I respect that, because, trust me, these characters go for a lot of crap that breaks them. Man, poor Rorschach pretty much calls for his own death.
You also have to remember, Joel, that while he disagrees with what White has done, Night Owl actually ends up accepting his utopia. Keep also that in mind.
Yes, but I feel like he does it begrudgingly in this regard.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's like, and he knows he can't stop it because even if he tried going to the press, who would believe just one caped crusader in that regard? No, they would need something big. Which...
It's also the fact that Night Owl understands that all the death, all the suffering needed to have a meaning, at least for him. Otherwise, it would be all for nothing, and he wouldn't provide an actual alternative for saving the world.
That is another thing in that regard. Like I said, it's not perfect, and to his credit, he did try to stop this. It's not like he went, oh no, these people needed to die. Like, the only reason he so much as considers us going with it is because the plan has already been enacted. And even still, I feel like after Rorschach's death, if he had the means to, he would have exposed Ozymandias right there and then. It's just that with Ozymandias being like 2 steps ahead of the game, he knew that he would probably be able to just cover it up one way or another. That said, that doesn't mean that the lie will remain. There still is a chance that the truth will come out, especially something as so much as a news company starting this could easily spread like wildfire thanks to how the media operates. Yes, even in peacetime. So, yeah. Look, I mean, like I say, he still is not perfect, but I do feel like he is the one who tries to keep to the morals overall the best here. Silk Spectre, she doesn't have as much going for her, but she still does have a role to play, which I feel carries over well enough. Rorschach is definitely an interesting character. Again, they're all interesting characters. Even Ozymandias, the hero-turned-villain. Like, yeah, he's a very smooth talker who could probably try and convince you that what he's doing is right. And technically, yeah, he succeeds and world gets peace. But again, you have to ask, at what cost? It's the kind of story that juggles the morals and asks what's right or wrong, but doesn't try to smack you in the face with assuming that it knows what's right for you. It lets you, the audience, decide, and to charming effect. The music? Well done.
It's sincere.
Yes, it is definitely sincere.
In all its brutality, mind you, because it's not a pleasant thing at the end of the day. It's a bad situation, and that doesn't really have a positive answer no matter where you look at it. But like that just said, it's sincere.
Yes?
Joe. So what you're saying is Watchmen handles morality better than Steven Universe.
Yeah, at the end of the day.
I still don't know the context, I see.
Okay, Dej, don't spoil to you the context, but when we get to doing our Steven Universe commentaries, you'll eventually see.
Sure. Go on, Joe.
But yeah, overall, it's a very good film and definitely Zack Snyder's best as far as I'm concerned.
Pedro, what's your answer?
My answer is the same as Dej for basically the same reasons, really.
Okay.
As for the movie, yeah, it's still a very, very great movie, like with a great cast of characters and some really good themes, and it does a good job of. I don't mind the animated scenes, to be honest. I actually prefer it this way. I actually really like that storyline indeed, so it's fine by me. I'm not saying that the ending is entirely bad, but at the same time, I just wish we could have had done something else that doesn't involve completely shitting on Dr. Manhattan.
I can agree with that.
It's just frustrating because he's my favorite of the group. So, but anyway, yeah, no, it's again, you know what? Now that I think about it, like when I think about it, because a lot of the same kind of thing that he does here, you know, where he focuses on this particular section of each section of a movie onto one character. He will go in a flashback and go for this entire backstory of flashback. It's exactly what Zack Snyder did recently with Justice League with Cyborg. And look, and when I look, and the more I think about it, it just makes me think. Yeah, exactly. I personally would have preferred doing the thing where we would introduce all the characters of the Justice League in their own solo movies before we get to an actual Justice League movie. But if we really had to have a Justice League movie as our third movie, why not do it this way? Why not actually have, if you're going to make a 4-hour Justice League movie, here's an idea. Do what you did with this movie. Have an entirely character-driven movie, and you introduce each of the characters, well, the ones that haven't been introduced up until this point at least, and and have them be introduced Cyborg style, or for the purposes of today's commentary, Watchmen style.
This is why
If we also need idea for a kind of a Justice League movie, start from kind of the ending to see, for example, the villain or someone on the team actually be murdered, and you travel backward to see the backstory of these characters and how they interacted with each other.
This is why I still to this day sort of... This is why, to this day, I still sort of wonder how much of it was Zach's call and how much of it was executive's call while throwing him under the bus, knowing that his ego would not do him any favors during interviews. Because, I mean, it seems like it would be more in Zach's nature to have introduced the League that way. You know, sure, yeah, introduce Wonder Woman in Batman v Superman, but not the whole League. Like, I do wonder if that little preview shot of the League members was executive meddling.
Oh, that was. No, I'm still, even though I don't know, I don't have evidence to back this up, I do not believe for a second that scene where Wonder Woman's watching teaser trailers on her computer, I don't believe for a second that scene was actually intended by the filmmakers.
Yeah,
I do not believe that.
And this brings me to the Justice League cut. Like, yes, we finally do get the Snyder cut, but a lot of it is what he's allowed to do with what Warner Brother is allowing him to do in that regard. Like, I can't help but wonder if he had more creative freedom, if he would have probably been able to pace that here and there.
I don't know, because considering how up his butt he was with Man of Steel, I really don't know.
It's like I said, dude.
It's like Pedro said, sometimes you do, not all the time, but sometimes you do need someone hound on you want to say no.
That's the frustrating thing with Zach. We know that he's capable of these great things, but we also know that he's capable of, as we say in my country, pissing out of the toilet.
That too.
We never get to know when one situation is happening when he said this the other.
Mm-hmm. It's like I said, if anything, Warner's executives probably knew that his ego would bite him in the butt during interviews, because he has.
That's exactly it. It was more so with BVS that he would have had his up his own ass with the whole if you don't like Batman being violent, you're quote unquote living in a fucking dream world. Yeah. But stop giving interviews, Snyder. You're not really doing yourself any favors in your interviews.
Agreed.
He's the Roman Reigns of interviews.
Like, I understand. I understand that you were a victim of Warner Brothers shenanigans. I get that, but at the same time, you also need to know when to, don't act like you're completely blameless on the whole.
Mm-hmm.
No, again, it's exactly that, like exactly this, because one of my main issue with the Snyder Cut is how Cyborg is the only one who's handled Watchmen style, you know, and I was watching, oh my god, it's Watchmen Zack Snyder. Whoa, I haven't seen this Zack Snyder in a while. And so it really makes me wonder, why couldn't the Justice League Snyder Cut be like this? Again, maybe it's because you wouldn't allow them to, but like Jova said, but at the same time, it really makes you feel like, if you really need to have a Justice League movie after Wonder Woman and not before, and not after we first do Aquaman and Flash and Cyborg, then why not do it this way, like it did for Watchmen? Like, it really is baffling to me, because one of my main issues with the Snyder Cut is how, when it comes to introducing characters, Aquaman and Flash gotta get the short end of the stick in favor of Cyborg, because we barely get any. We only get that one scene from the Justice League movie as explanation for Flash's backstory, and that's it. And Aquaman is basically just the common thing where Mera is constantly telling him, "Hey, go do stuff." Nah, not really. Kind of like he does at the beginning of, not at the beginning, at the halfway point of the Aquaman movie. But it really is frustrating. But no, this is still a great movie on its own merits. And that's kind of also part of the tragedy of it, the fact that I don't know what happened to this Zack Snyder. He seems to have vanished.
except for the cyborg.
Pedro.
Part of the Snyder cut. Again, was it part 3 or 4? I forgot which.
Pedro, hey Pedro, would
3.
you say he's disappearing inside of himself like Dr. Manhattan did?
I guess we'll have to wait and see how Army of the Dead turns out, because again, I think one of the big problems when it comes to the whole Snyderverse thing is that I still stand by my opinion that I've had for years now, that he was never the right person to be in charge of an entire comic book universe.
My conclusion with the Snyderverse is that it's ego clashing with corporate executive meddlings. Two wrongs that are... Oh.
I get that, Joe, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about his sensibilities as a filmmaker. He clearly prefers making films like these, and Watchmen perfectly adequates to his style, as we just saw.
Wow. I didn't know better.
Superman does not, though.
Nah.
I mean, trying to Watchmenize Superman is just it's just a misguided. It can, maybe some people will argue it's an interesting idea, but I will argue it's a misguided idea, because like you're basically completely going against what distinguishes Superman. Okay, let me put it in a way that a lot of people who don't read comics will understand. In the same way that Captain America is the optimist among all the other Marvel heroes, who may be a bit more cynical by comparison compared to him, Superman is kind of the Steve Rogers of the DC universe. He's the more optimist guy who wants to do everything by the book, who still believes in humanity, who wants to believe that he's the anti-Batman, basically. Like they said, that's why we have so many great Batman v Superman stories in comics, because they're two opposite sides of the same coin. And to try to for Zack Snyder to apply his style works better for Batman, of course, as we just saw, and we just saw how Batman being the best thing about BVS. But no, like Zack Snyder was never the right person to handle Man of Steel in the first place to me. And him and David Goyer, like I have no idea why the hell David Goyer keeps getting work, but whatever. But and Chris Terrio as well. That one also revealed himself as a hack. So whatever. The point is, Watchmen is great. We'll have to see how Army of the Dead turns out. Now that he's working for Netflix, and most likely he'll finally get the creative freedom that he requires. We'll see how Army of the Dead turns out. To see if maybe he can continue with the momentum he gained with Justice League. Not so much with me, because I still didn't care for Justice League Snyder Cut, but it still was an improvement over BVS, so there's that. And that's about it for me. Like, it's a great movie, and it really makes me really look back on Snyder Cut and think what could have been if the Snyder Cut should have been structured like this exactly. Introduce Aquaman and Flash like this in the Justice League movie. That way, we wouldn't even need to have solo movies, at least not origin story solo movies.
You know, if it weren't for the fact that the 300 sequel and the Snyder Cut are a thing, you'd almost think this would be the perfect conclusion to our Snyder retrospective.
Well, we still have Dawn of the Dead, but look at it this way, Jova. Like we're going backwards. We're going all the way back to his roots, basically.
Oh yeah, and there was also that animated movie he made. I think that had owls or something in it.
Where did the loud yells go?
We already did that. Yeah, the fact that Jova is unsure if we did it or not shows you everything you need to know. That movie's forgettable as crap.
I'll try to see if I can buy that copy of a video game. Maybe I'll record that. Maybe that will refresh your memory.
No. I remember Barbossa was the main good guy in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that leaves me. Let me give you first the answer to the question. If you have followed me, at least part of me commentaries until this point, you do know that I also don't have a high opinion on humanity as a whole. Kind of like Rorschach in that kind of way. That being said, I'm not the kind of guy that will actually go out in the street and punch people as a result of that. I just feel a bit of pessimism with each passing day. That being said, while I do see what Ozymandias was trying to do, because the situation really was desperate and calling for desperate action. It's like what Dej and Pedro said, and also to an extent to Jova, and to quote instead the Dark Souls 2 scholar of the first scene, no matter how good or exquisite it will be, a lie will remain a lie. And like Dej said, sooner or later the truth will come up, and it will be bad for everyone. And as such, no, I cannot agree with Ozymandias' utopia on this front. That being said, I don't have the solution to that either, meaning that, unfortunately, the situation where we get stuck as a result. I get the idea of Night Owl taking it the approach the best way he could, so I understand that. Now, let me give for my actual thoughts of the movie. It's fantastic for the most part, honestly. It's a good recreation. The actors are on point, the costumes are on point, the music is on point, both licensing stuff and the actual score. The problems start to arise, ironic enough, with the few things that are not being adapted, mainly the few storylines, like the psychiatrist one, The theatrical cut as a result is unwatchable as a result, ironically, considering it was the thing that I watched the most back in the day in theaters. If you want to watch this movie, watch at least the director's cut. This ultimate cut that combines also Tales of the Writer works even better for me. Sure, it lives as a point where it does break the pace, but I do believe that was the entire purpose. The things that it talks about, the imagery and the dialogue, also reflect what is going on in the real world, quote unquote, of the universe. Meaning there is a reason to cut back to that, and it's a story on its own. It's also interesting in its tragedy. Like I said, my favorite character is Dr. Manhattan, which is why I agree. I do agree with what Pedro said. The ending just does him. This new ending just does him dirty. And that's pretty much it for the movie. Unfortunately, DC, like I said, is trying to do everything in their power to make sure the rights do not go back to Alan Moore. This meant also creating a continuation from this story. Dej, remember when Dr. Manhattan said that he was going to create life? Geoff Johns thought that the DC New 52 saga was going to the shitter. So he went on and proposed to Dan DiDio a story called Rebirth, in which it first started very promising by reintroducing Wally West to the DC universe. Mind you, he had been retconned big time as a result.
The black one, right?
Mm-hmm. No, the black one is the new Wally West.
No, yeah, that's what I mean by retcon big time, because they made a black one.
That's actually another Wally West. Essentially, it was re-retconned that the Wally West seen the Black Kid is another Wally West. But the point is, in this universe Rebirth, especially in the starting issue, it showcased that something had changed, and it's not understandable what happened until Wally tells Barry Allen that someone or something had caused the New 52 to happen, and we soon reveal that Batman discovers the comedian's smiley badge in his Batcave, meaning that Dr. Manhattan is responsible for that. This eventually gets a continuation in the Doomsday Clock, which is well acclaimed for DC series, and yes, it's a good story, but as a sequel to Watchmen, it's just iffy to me, especially because it ends on kind of a definitive note. Basically, Dr. Manhattan gets convinced by Superman and the other characters from the DC universe that life is too special. He literally, Deus Ex Machina, reverts the universe back to his state pre-New 52, then goes back to his own universe, dismantles all nuclear weapon, makes Ozymandias get acquainted, so he get arrested for his crimes, and then gives all of his powers to a baby called Clark that gets adopted by Night Owl and Silk Spectre.
I'm done. No more.
Creating that
enough.
universe version of Superman.
Yes,
really.
That's enough.
Hey. Look, on the bright side, we got back the pre-New 52. I'll take it, okay?
Like Noah said, Alan Moore is a grumpy asshole a lot of times. But I do believe it's not a good excuse to essentially besmirch his work like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said...
Wait, let me get this straight. Dr. Manhattan decides, let me dismantle all nuclear weapons. Why didn't he do that in the first place?
Apparently wasn't convinced enough. Again, read Doomsday Clock.
And there will be peace. There will
No.
be peace, but only when the people want it enough. Don't you see, guys? Dr. Manhattan is a fan of Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. The game was rigged from
Anyway,
the start.
Guys, I'm going to polite you to never mention that story to me ever
Let's
again.
conclude this because this has gone long enough. Like I said, it's a fantastic movie for a fantastic story that it still has flaws in it, and as an adaptation, it has a bit of, it stutters a bit at the end, but it's still fantastic to this day. And so far, I have to agree, it's my favorite Zack Snyder movie to this day. But like Pedro said, it's kind of like because he essentially had training wheels for this one, so I guess it's an accomplishment. But it's pretty much for us. So, as we mentioned, we only have 2 movies left. Technically 3, considering Army of the Dead is right around the corner, actually. I think it's going to be released in May.
2 more movies? What are the...
Jova kept mentioning also about the 300 sequel, which Zach was a producer and a co-writer. So
Yep.
we'll see about that too.
Still
Yes.
technically a Snyder film.
But regardless, our most of the target are 300 Rise of an Empire and the 2004 remake of Dawn of the Dead. So see you for that, I guess.
See ya.
Yeah.